should do is, if you consider it right, do. So if you have any ideas about that, or questions to the esteemed guests, which I will just now introduce, you can write us, give the honor to all those who are not with us and for the sake of whom we are here and we are going on with our fight for Ukraine.
Дякую.
Thank you. And now let's begin the discussion. Have a fruitful one. Thank you. My name is Vadim Karpiak. I will be the moderator of today's conversation, the first one at this forum, and it has the name of, I will even read it out loud, Veteran Business State Programs to Support Veteran Entrepreneurship in Ukraine and Abroad. So if we interpret that into a normal language, what veteran business is in Ukraine and how can the state help the veteran business? As for my subjective taste, we don't have enough of veterans at this panel. No, we have enough of veterans. We don't have businessmen veterans here, not enough at least. So I will introduce from that corner, we'll have Igor here, Beskarabaini, who's the Deputy Minister for Veterans Affairs of Ukraine, and he's the veteran, which is logical. Mr. Igor, hello. Mykola Stetsky, who is closer to him, he's also the veteran, and he is the case of the veteran businessman with whom we'll communicate, because he's an entrepreneur and he's the founder of Fine Berry brand, very delicious strawberries. I don't know, why don't you have those strawberries with you now? Okay. They didn't tell to bring. Okay, this is the organizers to blame for that. Andrei Pyshny, who's the chairman of the State Savings Bank of Ukraine, who's the political activist and civil activist and the founder of the organization FEEL, who is dealing with the hearing impaired people, and he will be a very valuable speaker how the banking sector of the country and how the existing business can help the veterans. Mr. Pyshny. And also, we have here Yulia Fediev. Kovalev, I do apologize. Why do I consider you to be Fediev? I'm thinking about Yulia Fediev now, who is the director of the Cultural Fund, and they are over there. But this is Yulia Kovalev, who's the deputy head of the Office of the President. She's dealing with the economic affairs, and you can, first of all, hear from her how the presidential office can see the development of the veterans' business and entrepreneurship in Ukraine. And also, we have from the United States, Maria Berlinska, who's also a veteran, a volunteer, and she's a director of the IREX Ukraine program. Do we have Maria with us? So far we don't see her, but I do hope that it's not that difficult to get in touch with the United States, right? So let's begin with a short introduction speech, which has already been announced by the organizers. We have a short introduction greeting speech from Tomo Medved, Deputy Prime Minister of Croatian Defenders. They also have the Ministry of Veteran Affairs, and he's the Vice Prime Minister in Croatia. The Croatian veterans' experience is considered to be very close to Ukrainian, so I would ask the organizers to show this short introduction speech of Mr. Tomo Medved, please.
Poštovani organizatori I sudionici vašeg trećeg međunarodnog volonterskog I biznis foruma. Drago mi je što kontinuirano nastavljamo suradnju započetu 2016. godine. Razmjenom znanja I iskustava te pružanjem pomoći Ukrajini pri uspostavljanju učinkovitog sustava skrbi za ratne veterane I stradalnike. Održani su edukativni ukrajinsko-hrvatski seminari na brojne teme kao što su uspostava zakonodavnog okvira, ostvarivanje statusnih I materijalnih prava branitelja I stradalnika, medicinska rehabilitacija, model traženja nestalih osoba, program obrazovanja I zapošljavanja, model suradnje s udrugama iz Domovinskog rata, te nacionalni program psihosocijalne I zdravstvene pomoći sudionicima I stradalnicima Domovinskog rata. Uvijek nam je zadovoljstvo primiti ukrajinske delegacije I stručnjake, podijeliti znanja I iskustva koje imamo, što smo već nekoliko puta imali prilike učiniti. U tim prigodama zajedno smo posjetili Nacionalni centar za psihotraumu, memorijalna područja u gradu Vukovaru, Dom hrvatskih veterana, organizirali smo susrete s hrvatskim stručnjacima, udrugama hrvatskih branitelja te hrvatskim ratnim vojnim invalidima 100% prve skupine. Prošle godine potpisali smo memorandum o suradnji Ministarstva hrvatskih branitelja i Ministarstva branitelja Ukrajine u području skrbi o braniteljima. Temeljem tog memoranduma nastavljamo suradnju, a zapošljavanje, poduzetništvo i socijalno uključivanje neizostavan su dio cjelovitog sustava skrbi. Želim vam puno uspjeha u radu foruma, ali i u svim daljim aktivnostima u području skrbi za veterane. Ministarstvo hrvatskih branitelja i Republika Hrvatska i dalje će podupirati aktivnosti u cilju naše dobre suradnje.
Thank you, Mr. Tomo Medved, and this is one of the few cases when the people who are present at the panel discussion could not understand that much because we couldn't see the interpretation, but I do hope that you could see the subtitles and you understood that the Ukrainian and the Croatian community is now close to each other, it's obvious. We'll come back to the Croatian experience in more details, supporting business of veterans including, but I'd like to begin with Mr. Mykola Statskev. He's over here as the only present at the stage veteran entrepreneur. And I would ask Mykola to name 2 points in his business experience which he remembers as the most positive points and 2 points which he has remembered as the most negative from his business experience, because it's obvious that then we can scale it out to the business experience of other veterans. Mykola, please. Let us begin with the positive first. Hello, everyone. If you don't know, in 2016, I decided for myself to grow strawberries, and it was my business model, which we efficiently or inefficiently, but we are scaling it up and developing it at Lviv region and showing this example of for the rural tourism or agrarian tourism, that is farmership. From the positive points, I would say that I remember since 2016 is the social support of the society and media. As today, I do remember that when we had the info that the veteran found his own business, and I do remember I had only for 800 of sprouts, and all the TV channels came to me to make this show, to show the example of the businessman veteran. It was not that easy to speak business as it is, but this is how they positioned it, and this is how I was positioned. This is how I was supported, and this is how I was mentioned about. The society for this veteran business had the highest level of responsibility. And the people were ready not only to buy, they were ready to support, to share, to name, because this is the veteran. But for today, this is out of the positive points. But for today, the negative point during the 4 years of my activities is that the veteran already sounds like a nickname. It does not lead to certain respect. It more sounds like, oh, those veterans again. And again, we should do something for those veterans. Those associations, there are lots of negative associations. It's like a stamp on you. Maybe some of the veterans don't agree with that, but I can feel that for today, the veteran is not relevant. For today, at the state level, the status of the veteran is not felt with that kind of respect or praise, appraisal, or maybe that level of support as it used to be in 2016. Mykola, do you want to say that now it's more complicated for the veteran to start up their business if there is such negative attitude partially? It's not negative, it is inert. So we don't have that feeling like, let us do that because this is the veteran. You can just look at the shares in the social media or in the TV. The success stories, for instance, how many success stories can you name of veterans in Ukraine? Ostaltsev, maybe? Mykola Stetsky from Fineberry? And that's it. Maybe someone else. Light Brazos Knife? Well, 3 of them. But the country has 40 million population. Well, this is why we created this forum, to devote it this year to increase, to expand this business. So this is the positive and negative moment here. The negative, because when we're speaking about the veterans, but there is another component, the entrepreneurship, the business part. So when we don't name veterans, but we have business only, the negative component is the total absence of any basic points to start up, to develop the startups in Ukraine. The basic points don't exist. There's 0 of them. Beginning with analytics, information, skill sets, mentorship, just volunteers activities. At the level of the state, it does not exist. It's absent. So that is why the financial component is as well absent. Would you please clarify, is it absent for the veteran business or altogether? How do you feel for any business? It is absent altogether for any business, for the startups. Because when we say that at the level of the state there are some support programs for the SMEs, there are always some points. What is small business? What's the criteria? They don't exist. Because if I speak about the startup, I founded my business having 28,000 hryvnia from the job center. So I came and believed that I can earn some money on that. And I was amazed that I didn't know something or didn't understand something. It was the trial and error way. And even during the 2 years of official activities, when I came to the savings bank, where I'm still the client is, they said that the loan cannot be given even in a year because I've got lots of financial obligations and not enough of profit. How can I have the profit as a startup if we are only scaling up or spending money just to automate our types of activities, our business, and to achieve some of profits? Okay, thank you. But as this is a happy coincidence, we have Andrei Pyshny here, who is the chairman of the State Savings Bank of Ukraine. I wouldn't like to ask you about any loans. I'd like to have the global example. We were mentioning Leonid Ostaltsev, who is one of the successful businessmen here, who is the founder of Veterano Pizza. From one of the interviews, I know that you advised Leonid before he started this business. Could you repeat those advice, those recommendations? What did you say to Leonid? And what could you tell to any other veterans who want to begin their business, but they find out in the situation of Mykola, when they don't have the start capital, the society is not that cheering and happy, and they don't have the foundations of business trainings, credits, loan history, and so on. What would you advise to the veterans who would like to start up their business? Good afternoon. Thank you. So before I answer your question directly, I'd like to respond to your phrase because it really resonated in me that during the 5th year of the war, the veterans finally have a different attitude without the certain respect, with some negative, that this is a kind of a stamp on the veteran. I do remember 2014. We have the age difference almost double, right? And you are the veteran. And I was brought up in the way that the veterans are always the people who are much older than I am. Those are the people who have the certain age barrier with me. Unfortunately, I don't have any experience, understanding, and acknowledgement of what you have lived through. As well as you, I need to study in the conditions which we found out ourselves in with this 5-year war with Russia. I do remember 2014 when in the savings bank we founded the first inclusion department, the department which was totally adapted for the needs of the people with disabilities. For instance, the ATMs are speaking, the staff can know the sign language, and you can have the tactile marker from from the underground. There are the photo element doors, and you can open the doors automatically. And if you are using the card, you can finally have the proper level of service. And in 2014, I understood that we are living in a different world, in fact, that in the country we've got the veterans who are only 20 years old. And that this department is not only for the hearing impaired people or for those who have vision impaired. This is the department, is the certain step from the state bank for those new reality where we all found out ourselves. We have 24 departments like that now. We are the only bank in the Eastern Europe who has this kind of a system of service for the people with disabilities. And an interesting point, those departments are working in average for the 40% more efficient than all the rest of our affiliates. Why? Because the level of the empathy is a different one. Both at the level of the staff and the clients. This is a totally different emotion. For me, to a certain extent, it's a laboratory where we are testing the experience which we're dealing with. If we speak about the business, well, it's a pity that I can hear that you didn't have any support. I'm ready to consider that case of yours, which you're dealing with. For me and my team to be able to give you certain recommendations and pieces of advice. Why? Because in 2016, the Savings Bank founded a huge program, an all-Ukrainian program, and I'm so happy that the state finally is considering it as one of its direct priorities, the support program of 579. So in 2019, we have an aim that Ukraine needs 2 million of entrepreneurs, not fake entrepreneurs who are just registered and taking part in the certain schemes of optimization of taxation, but real people who are working and having their own business. What did we begin with? We've organized the educational portal. This is the first, by the way, recommendation which I gave to Leonid. From the perspective of the bank, I do apologize, but your business plan, your business model, your figures, from the perspective of the risks, they don't differ from anyone, and your veteran status cannot impact that. This is maths, this is economics, this is the real market. I can give you the loan, you can use it, and God forbid, if you have some principal mistake or error because you didn't take something into consideration from the point of view of the marketing, the implementation model, the assessment of the market, and you will have still obligations, the loan can be a step not forward, but the obligation which will be hanging on you for a long time. So we were speaking a lot about that, and Leonid had the certain training for that, which helped him to prepare the first business plan, and he got the first loan which was given by the support program with the American government, and the rates were 5 to 10%. And now we have the second support program. The colleagues who are using his franchise, Veterano Brownie, also got it. So I cannot say that this is done massively, but still you need to understand, we are not speaking about the distribution of money, we are speaking about the creation of success stories together with you. In 2016, we began making the educational business portal, which is named You Should Construct Your Own. Don't be lazy, just Google it. Construct Your Own, Buduj Svoje. And you will have 3 dozens of links. The portal with more than 100,000 tested people, which we developed with the best CEOs and the first companies of the Big Four, the audit companies. For you, when you begin your business, to be able to define for yourselves those competences and skills you are lacking. Then at this portal, you've got the mentorship program, where the best CEOs, financiers, lawyers, as for the aspects which you consider to be necessary to be improved, they can in fact consult you and recommend you something. They can have the counseling, they get some of the business plans, how to work with Google, how to work with any of the registration issues where you've got so many details. So the first thing which I said, train yourself, educate yourself. Any information which you get will be definitely useful from the risk assessment point of view. Secondly, you should understand that the loan is not just the startup capital, it's an obligation. The third one, the loans and the obligations have to be performed, because if you speak about your business and loan history, credit history, any obligation which you did not do will be a stop factor for the further development of yours. The fourth, what's the difference, as I understood later, what's the difference of the with the veterans? You are much more adjustable for business than anybody else. You had an incredible school of stress test, I would say. You know how to plan. You acknowledge what responsibility is. From the perspective of the psychological or mental preparation and training, it would be much easier for you to take risks because you have taken it and you have been working with them. Maybe you will have the lack of some of the professional skill set. For us, this construct your own, if you know it's a methodological one. You just go there and train, and we are ready to help you. But from the perspective of the state programs, and again, I do apologize, I don't agree with you. Just the saving bank allocated during the last of the half of the year 415 loans, altogether summing up for more than 310 million hryvnia, with the loan rate from 0 to 9. And all of them are connected with the state support. And this is only 25% from the altogether bulk and volume which we, together with all of the banks who are taking part in these programs, were able to provide to support the SMEs and micro-entrepreneurs during the last half of the year in spite of COVID. So the process is ongoing. Please come to us. By the way, over there we have our team working. You will see the stand of the savings bank and the co-working. Don't be shy. Come up to it. Speak to them. Get to know about that. I don't want to spend some time and to describe all of those programs. There's an incredible amount of them. Let us not waste time, but I see that Mikola wants to answer. Yes, I do agree with you. You've said lots of wise things, but they consider the small businesses, the criteria of the small business. Who is the small business? Who is the SME at all? Which are the criteria? Because I mentioned the startups. We don't have the opportunity to implement the idea, any idea as the startup. We cannot gather the information, how it can be done properly, where to go for us to have some analytics, marketing info, the end user, the client, to calculate all the points. We don't have all of that. And the money, well, I do understood that there is some point. In fact, this metaphor of Mr. Pishny about the methodological training is very precise. No one is going to the war without previous training. If you don't know how to take part in the war, you just have to special training, how to shoot. And the same happens with a business. You cannot just do the startup. You need to train first. And the next panel discussion will be about how to train and where to train. And those state elements of support, we will be speaking about them as well. I'd like to come back to the experience of Croatia now, which we were already mentioning for more than one time. We have a short video from Mirela Buterin, who is the director of the Department of the Croatian Ministry for Veteran Affairs, who will tell us in more details how Croatia implemented the experience of the state programs of support of businessmen veterans and their jobs. If you don't hear it, you can come up and read the subtitles, because I already read the subtitles, so let us watch.
Poštovani organizatori i sudionici trećeg međunarodnog volonterskog i braniteljskog biznis foruma, srdačno vas pozdravljam ispred Ministarstva hrvatskih branitelja i u svoje osobno ime. Zahvaljujem na pozivu da vam se obratim i predstavim potpore Ministarstva hrvatskih branitelja usmjerene poboljšanju uvjeta za postizanje veće zapošljivosti i prilagodljivosti radne snage koja će moći odgovoriti potrebama tržišta rada. Program koji provodimo usmjeren je na nezaposlene osobe u nepovoljnom položaju, koje su teže zapošljive i socijalno ranjivije. Hrvatske branitelje zbog njihove dobi i činjenice da im je dijelom u vrijeme sudjelovanja u Domovinskom ratu bilo otežano redovno stjecanje znanja i vještina, kao i potrebnog radnog iskustva, a djecu smrtno stradalih ili nestalih hrvatskih branitelja, djecu dragovoljaca i djecu hrvatskih ratnih vojnih invalida, zbog toga što se u pravilu radi o mladim osobama bez radnog iskustva, na čije životne ishode je izravno i neizravno utjecalo sudjelovanje njihovih roditelja u Domovinskom ratu. Ujedno, hrvatski branitelji se često susreću i s raznim predrasudama potencijalnih poslodavaca vezano uz zdravstvenu i radnu sposobnost, što također utječe na njihovo teže zapošljavanje. Upravo to su temeljni razlozi zbog kojih je ministarstvo odlučilo razviti program stručnog osposobljavanja i zapošljavanja hrvatskih branitelja i članova njihovih obitelji. Kroz provedbu programa pruža se mogućnost osobama iz ciljne skupine da povećaju stupanj svog obrazovanja, budu ekonomski aktivni, participiraju u društvenoj zajednici, povećaju mrežu socijalnih kontakata, iskažu vlastite potencijale te se uključe u redovne oblike rada, a sam program provodi se već 16 godina. Program ministarstva predstavlja paket ciljanih mjera aktivne politike zapošljavanja i aktivnosti usmjerenih pružanju podrške u ponovnoj aktivaciji braniteljsko-stradalničke populacije koje su se kroz godine provedbe mijenjale, poboljšavale i nadopunjavale. S jedne strane su mjere koje izravno utječu na uključivanje u radno-tržišni sustav, te korisnicima omogućuju pristup zaposlenju i ekonomskim resursima, kao što su mjera samozapošljavanja, kojom je omogućeno samostalno pokretanje vlastite djelatnosti, na primjer otvaranje obrta, poduzeća ili je pak omogućeno bavljenje poljoprivredom. Te mjera novog zapošljavanja kojom se sufinancira zapošljavanje osobe iz ciljne skupine kod poslodavaca koji imaju potrebu za zapošljavanjem novih radnika. Dok mjere namijenjene obrazovanju, stjecanje konkretnog zanimanja, dodatnih znanja i vještina ili prekvalifikaciju omogućuju usklađivanje kompetencija hrvatskih branitelja s potrebama tržišta rada i omogućuje im lakše zapošljavanje. S druge strane, u okviru programa provode se mjere koje su orijentirane na socijalno uključivanje hrvatskih branitelja, a neizravno korisnicima omogućuju zapošljavanje i ekonomsku integraciju. Jedna od takvih mjera je i ona namijenjena pružanju potpore radu zadruga hrvatskih branitelja. Radi se o jedinstvenom obliku malog gospodarstva koji se temelji na radu svojih članova. Svrha zadruge je ostvarivanje i promicanje socijalnih, ekonomskih i drugih potreba i ciljeva zbog kojih je osnovana. Ideja za provedbu mjere nastala je na inicijativu hrvatskih branitelja, kada je kroz provedbu programa uočeno da rad pomaže razvojačenim braniteljima kako bi se osjećali korisnima i uključenima u društvo te prihvaćenima od šire društvene zajednice. Pogotovo se to odnosilo na hrvatske branitelje oboljele od PTSP-a, kojima je rad predstavljao i određeni oblik terapije koji je također doprinosio njihovoj resocijalizaciji. Mjera namijenjena zadrugama hrvatskih branitelja prvenstveno utječe na povećanje socijalne uključenosti hrvatskih branitelja, dovodi do psihosocijalnog osnaživanja hrvatskih branitelja uključenih u zadruge, koji kroz zadruge pokreću programe i projekte od koristi za cijelu lokalnu zajednicu u kojoj djeluju. Podrška braniteljskim zadrugama prepoznata je kao primjer dobre prakse, jačanja kompetencija hrvatskih branitelja i podizanja svijesti o njihovim radnim sposobnostima, ali i prepoznavanja njihovih poduzetničkih potencijala. U okviru Zakona o hrvatskim braniteljima iz Domovinskog rata i članova njihovih obitelji definirana je braniteljska socijalno-radna zadruga. Radi se o posebnom modelu zadružnog poduzetništva u kojoj 2/3 članova čine osobe iz braniteljsko-stradalničke populacije, a kroz rad se bave aktivnostima usmjerenim psihosocijalnom osnaživanju, smanjivanju rizika od siromaštva i socijalne isključenosti, solidarnosti i brizi za zajednicu, a prihodi zadruge se ponovno ulažu u rad zadruge. Od početka provedbe programa u 2004. godini do 2019. putem mjere potpore radu zadruga hrvatskih branitelja odobreno je 509 potpora, a iznos potpore po zadruzi iznosi najviše 20.000 eura. U navedenom razdoblju kroz program su u rad zadruga uključene 4.723 osobe. Braniteljske zadruge korisnice potpore ministarstva većinom se bave poljoprivredom, oko 60%, ponajprije voćarstvom i povrtlarstvom, a proizvode i med, domaće proizvode poput sira, pršuta, voćne sirupe, ljekovito i aromatično bilje, maslinovo ulje, dok se dio zadruga bavi izradom suvenira i pružanjem različitih vrsta usluga. Osim toga, ministarstvo diljem Republike Hrvatske organizira i sajmove putem kojih se omogućuje predstavljanje i promocija proizvoda proizvođača hrvatskih branitelja i članova njihovih obitelji, a organiziraju se i okrugli stolovi, konferencije i radionice kako bi se pratile aktualne teme vezane uz poduzetničke projekte, zakonodavni okvir, sustav potpora kojim se omogućuje sufinanciranje projekata, ali i pronašla rješenja za probleme s kojima se hrvatski branitelji i proizvođači susreću u svojem radu. U tome nam pomažu i referalni centri za zadruge hrvatskih branitelja. Radi se o zadrugama hrvatskih branitelja koji su kroz svoj rad i djelovanje stekle dovoljno znanja i iskustva da pružaju pomoć drugim hrvatskim braniteljima koji tek kreću u postupak osnivanja zadruga i bavljenja poduzetničkim aktivnostima. Njihova primarna zadaća je obilazak zadruga na terenu, provođenje edukacija o radu i poslovanju zadruga, radionice o korištenju potpora iz nacionalnih, ali i sredstava Europske unije, te pomoć oko plasmana proizvoda. Ministarstvo referalne centre bira svake godine temeljem javnog natječaja, a trenutno ih djeluje 5 na području cijele Republike Hrvatske. Osim toga, ministarstvo surađuje s poslovnim subjektima te stvara uvjete za lakši plasman braniteljskih proizvoda na tržište. U tom smislu, za istaknuti je suradnju s Podravkom kao jednom od najistaknutijih prehrambenih industrija u jugoistočnoj Europi, u koju hrvatski branitelji i proizvođači plasiraju svoje proizvode, a temeljem sporazuma koje je ministarstvo potpisalo s Podravkom. Samo u 2019. godini Podravka je otkupila 11.959 tona voća, povrća i žitarica koje su proizveli branitelji. Osim poslovnih subjekata, ministarstvo surađuje sa znanstvenim institucijama kroz povezivanje znanosti i prakse u svrhu postizanja što boljih rezultata, te s financijskim institucijama u cilju osiguranja povoljnijih uvjeta financiranja poslovnih aktivnosti hrvatskih branitelja i članova njihovih obitelji. Sve mjere iz programa hrvatski branitelji mogu ostvariti temelj provedenih javnih natječaja za dodjelu potpora, kojim su definirani uvjeti i kriteriji korištenja mjere, način provedbe, popis dokumentacije koju je potrebno priložiti zahtjevu, pri čemu je najznačajnije imati razrađen dobar poslovni plan. U dosadašnjoj provedbi programa ministarstvo je omogućilo zapošljavanje za gotovo 13.000 korisnika. Uzimajući u obzir pozitivne rezultate i uspješnu provedbu dosadašnjih programa, te vođeni novim saznanjima i stečenim iskustvom, kao i povratnim informacijama od samih hrvatskih branitelja i članova njihovih obitelji, pripremamo 6. ciklus provedbe programa koji namjeravamo poboljšati i prilagoditi potrebama naših korisnika, ali i samog tržišta. Također, bitno je istaknuti kako ministarstvo u svom djelovanju aktivno potiče zadružno poduzetništvo općenito, a posebice u dijelu ostvarivanja partnerskog odnosa i zajedničkog rada ministarstva, zadruga i drugih institucija, kako bi zadrugarstvo bilo što prepoznatljivije i konkurentnije. Nadamo se da će vam naše iskustvo pomoći i pružiti temelje za slične programe i projekte, te vam Ministarstvo hrvatskih branitelja Republike Hrvatske stoji na raspolaganju na tom putu.
So I do thank Miss Mirela Buterin. This was the director of the Department of the Ministry of Veteran Affairs of Croatia, and she shared her experience from Croatia. And that used to be a very important for me moment there in the speech, which I will readdress now to one more guest of ours, Mr. Igor Beskorvany. I do remind you, the Deputy Minister for Veteran Affairs of Ukraine this time, not Croatia. So when Mirela said how they support business, there was an interesting point. The veteran business in Croatia is considered to be the business where 2/3 of the employees are veterans or the members of their family. So this expands the opportunities for the business and for the organization of this business. So how can the Ukrainian Veteran Ministry can deal with that? And do you have any programs which could help this business education of the veterans, and let alone something deeper? I was triggered by a different part of her speech. She again took us to the training. She again told that we need to train veterans to become successful and to want to be successful. And the business is one of the tools how we can achieve that. As for our Ukrainian experience, what we have now is again about education. The ministry has the programs which can provide the training of the veterans. But as for what is considered to be veteran business, for me personally, it's a huge point, issue to consider. Because if we don't know what SME is, what can we say about small veteran business? Is this the business founded by the veterans? Then we'll have lots of frauds who will just register the business for the veteran and they will use their discounts. So this tool should foresee certain helping elements and undoubtful support of the veterans entrepreneurs and just veterans has to be from the state. But in my opinion, it shouldn't be just allocating money or distributing money, because when you don't know what to do with the money, it can only do harm. That is why I would emphasize, as for the support of the veterans, for the training and for the preparation for this so-called mature life, a life of an entrepreneur, and the wish to become successful. But where is the ministry then? The ministry is in the process. It can help the veterans to take him from, for instance, some pit which he found out himself into, giving and providing the toolkit. We cannot make the veteran happy, we can help him. We can say, dear friend, look, you've got this kind of way, and that way. And business. Someone wants to become a businessman, someone wants to become an athlete, someone wants to become an artist. And if you are successful about that, we need to provide this tool for him. As for the business, we need to provide the tool how to become a businessman, to train, to educate, and then to support after we understand that this person really can implement everything in this direction. But okay, do you have those tools? No, so far we don't have those tools. We're just thinking how to provide that, not to have any errors on the way. And you're thinking as a ministry, or you have a special council of the veterans which helps, because it's obvious that you need to have some meetings with the veterans. As a deputy minister, I'm dealing with the healthcare, rehabilitation, and the job replacement and the change of the profession, or coming back to the societal rules can become after the physical health, mental health, and when the person wants to come back. That's when we provide this tool. Undoubtedly, when we develop those tools, we will use the information which will be given and provided by the veterans themselves. We will undoubtedly use the info which will be given as the result of this forum, but for now, the program which we the program which makes veterans happy does not exist. We have the tool of financial support for the training. If the veteran wants to train, the Ministry of Veterans Affairs can help in that. But he needs to want that. Okay, thank you, dear ladies and gentlemen. I do remind you, if you've got any questions for the participants, would you write them down on the piece of paper, or we will give you the mic. Yeah, just wait a minute. We'll listen to the speeches, because now I'd like to Yulia Kovalev to join. She's the deputy head of the office of the president. The president, during his speech in the morning at the stage, said that he's considering that we can think on the veterans' business to be separated as a separate type of business. But Igor says that it could bears certain corrupt risks, because there is a danger when the veteran will be just the registries, and then the business will be used by non-veterans at all. As same happens with the frontline warfare participants. How can we do for the veteran business to have certain help, but still won't become another corruption story? Hello, yes, thank you for your question. Still, I will come back to this mantra, which seems a mantra to you. All of the four of us, we are sure that the basic point for the business success, whether it's done by the veteran or it's done by a young graduate of the university, is education. I communicated a lot about that. There were special projects of education and entrepreneurship for the veterans, and maybe one of the biggest was done by the Kyiv School of Economics. It was done in the 3 or 5 or 6 regions, and 3 programs are still acting now this year. I was speaking with the president, with Timofey Milovanov, and I said, Mr. Milovanov, how was the training ongoing? This is the first important step for the importance of the success of the business. And he said, you know, there are lots of sparkles in the eyes, lots of ideas, and the school could help them to look at this idea in a different way, under the different perspectives. Some of them decided not to do any business, and this is also honest and proper. It saves people from taking bigger loans and then won't be able to give it back, as Andriy Pyshny said. But another interesting point, which was mentioned by the people who were working directly with the training of the veterans, what was lacking there? That is your community with yourselves, between yourselves. And when we're speaking about the success cases, for a long time, when I was preparing to the panel discussion, I was looking whether we have any successful veteran businesses. We know, and everybody heard about some of them, but in fact there are lots of them. I had more than 50 companies in different corners of Ukraine who were dealing with berries, with pizza, with the creation of gates, or winterization of the buildings, or the cleaning companies. Dear friends, let us do our cases popular. You can really become mentors. You can become the teachers in your own veteran community. And then we will be ready from the point of view of the state, and we just spoke with the Ministry of Economy. We're launching in the 17 region centers the schools, trainings, programs for the entrepreneurs. And we were speaking that it would be nice within this training to create certain groups for veterans. And we are working on that. The ministry promises next year to begin, in fact, these kind of training centers all over Ukraine. And the second important topic is the financial support. This is the second stage when the person has acknowledged and is ready to take this acknowledged entrepreneur's risk, is how to start up, how to begin. This year, we've launched the program of 579. 579 is the name, so it foresees the financing of the startups. But we do understand that there is a second big problem for this business to be to go to the bank to take the loan. The bank will say, we need the pledge. But in fact, this is one of the biggest obstacles which do not allow any business to have a quick loan. And I do hope that on Tuesday already, the Parliament will adopt the law which would allow for the micro and small businesses to take the loans. And there is a definition. Small business is the one with a turnover up to 30 million euro a year. For the startup, this is the beginning. For such business, the state will guarantee 80% of the credit portfolio. So it means that for this loan, you won't need to bring a huge pledge. And it will be the next step which will allow us to create accessibility of the financing. And the third point, which we were speaking about, is the idea, the recommendation, the advice which we'd like to gather with the organizers of the forum and with the government and with the veterans community. It's also important, basing upon those success cases and entrepreneurs who have already had this way, it's important to unite into some association or community which could become the voice and the platform for the dialogue between the entrepreneurs and the veterans, the banks, the state, the programs of help and support. As we know that lots of veteran businesses, in fact, have the start capital, and they had it from different projects of the international support, which is given for the support of the veterans, and they exist. But for some of them, you don't have the info. And this kind of the platform could become that additional window, that bridge, which could construct the efficient communication between the veterans, entrepreneurs, the government, the state, the banks. And the same about the tools of support which already exist. Thank you. Mr. Pyshny wanted to respond in a nutshell. Yes, I'd like to comment. this issue of the peculiar veteran business. I will tell something very unpopular. The state can provide any support for you, especially before the elections. It's a very popular topic. Do you know who will be very ruthless for you? The market. The help and support which can be given, the obligations which you will take in front of the banks will be transformed into the burden if your business will be done improperly. If the market will refuse to perceive it, if you will not be able to sell something. You know, there is a saying, $1 to those who invented the idea, $10 to those who produced, and $100 for those who sold. So this is a very complicated truth. Because of that, I totally support the position of Yulia that you need to unite into the communities where the mentors are in fact the people who really have the success stories behind their shoulders. And not only the success stories, I do apologize for that, but also some of the failures and defeats. What failed? Why did he have to close the restaurant? Why did he have to cut the stuff? Why did he have some fuck-ups? I do apologize for that word, which you'll have to deal with. All of that looks from the point of view in a different way. So the state, objectively, and I'm already the head of the state bank for 6 years, the state does most of all to support entrepreneurs. I asked the team to give me the records about the programs which exist for today. There are 24 of them. But each of these programs has these or those rather relevant, objective, and rather complicated requirements. We've got the program of support for the small, medium enterprises with the European Investment Fund, with the European Investment Bank. Well, I don't think that we can blame them that they don't understand the essence of the problem, or maybe they have the insufficient experience. They do have more experience than anyone. So this program means that you can come to the bank, and if the project is properly documented, packed, and the idea is protected, the European Investment Fund can cover 70% of the requirements of the bank as for the pledge. So you came and you don't have the pledge. So you'd like to work, and the European Investment Fund says, okay, I guarantee 70% of your obligations. Is it cool? It is. But to get into this program, oh my God, you need to do so much. But having gone through it, it will be the history of success, because any bank getting the client, verifying all of that, he will just be chasing you and proposing those programs. So that is why, first of all, I'd like to have the full 100% inclusion of the veteran business into the business processes and requirements which are given by the banks. Do not please try to find any of the simplifications. You were not searching for that at the front line. Don't search for it here. Any simplifications, any help, any support can work against you. So you should have the highest internal criteria which will help you to be competitive to full extent, because the market will equalize everyone. I do apologize, it's truth. Your risks don't differ from the risks of the startups, which were founded by the students of the Kyiv State University and who don't have the status of the veterans, and who also need some startup capital. We do understand it. Thank you. I do remind you, we also have Maria Berlinska with us. She's in the United States. As far as I understand the time and space, it's deep night, but Maria is not sleeping. Maria, do you hear us? Vadim, yes, I do hear you perfectly. Okay. Maria, the story is like this. We already made a conclusion that the support exists, but the main problem is the education, the business training, where you can directly get the info from about how to get this support. It's a paradox, but still, to get support of the banks, first you need to get support because they have the support of the support. So the business education should be first and foremost. This is the main idea of our panel discussion. And the representative of the Ministry of Veteran Affairs said that the ministry is developing the idea and the forms how they could help the veterans. You, as the representative and the director of the IREX UA programs, who has lots of programs for veterans as well, have you ever considered from your non-public, non-state way to deal with those programs as well, to have this cooperation of the state and non-state, non-public authorities, please? Thank you for the question, Vadim. Well, first of all, hello, all of you from New York. I'm really grateful that you connected me, did not forget me, because I was listening for you for an hour, and I understood that maybe during the discussion there can be some technical issues, but still we managed, so hello. Yes, it is 3 a.m. here, almost 4 a.m., so I even woke up listening to your discussion. Ms. Yulia was very interesting to listen to. I do support your idea about the association, the necessity of the union. Andri's idea about which totally resonates with me, this thought that the market is the strictest judge, and it's very important to hear and to see the market. It was also very important to hear Igor about the training, that this is the trigger. And Mykola, I do agree with Mykola that we need to train.
Organization, International Research and Exchange Board.
I am the representative of the International Research Exchange Board, the director of the integration of the veterans, and I'm also the volunteer of the first wave of 2014. I was dealing with the aero intelligence, the training of the professionals for the front line and at Donbas directly and in Kiev, including in the Center of Support of Aero Intelligence. And in fact, what is said by my brethren is very close to me from the perspective that now, from the American point of view, Oksana Kolyada, who is the head of the fund Come Back Alive, when she invited me to this discussion, she asked me to tell as much as possible about the American experience and what's the best practices, what's the best practice and what we can take from the US. I prepared a very short analytical extraction for all of us, and
IREX проводили в Україні, ми опитали.
So we had the poll of 50 businesses. I'd like to show you the slides as the results are rather interesting. These are the results in the research of how the business changed, because the veteran business, because of the lockdown and coronavirus. So, first about the American experience. The US has more than 18 million veterans, and annually the Department of Veterans serves 9 million veterans. So approximately 7% of the whole population as veterans. More than half is capable population to work, and they have more than 6% altogether. Approximately 12% of the veterans have their own business. According to the result of the veteran businesses and their owners research, approximately 2.5 million of entrepreneurs, out of which 99.9% are the small businesses, which belong to the veterans. So 9% from the altogether amount. Now about how it is working at the level of the state. The Department of Veteran Affairs, which we know in the Ukrainian translation as the Ministry of Veteran Affairs, is approximately $243 billion of financing for one financial year and approximately 380,000 of employees, just to understand the scale. And the responsibility for the development of the small business is on the shoulders of the certain department of the administration, Small Business Administration, the Office of Veterans Business Development. The support of the creation of your own business is done through several educational financial tools, for instance, through the program of Boost to Business, which gives an opportunity for the veterans and the military men and women, and also the members of their family, to get certain basic skills of the entrepreneurship. So how did they organize the program? According to the principle of PPP, public-private partnership, they unite the efforts of the Small Business Administration, the Ministry of Defense, and also several NGOs and Syracuse University. The whole consortium of universities is working on the training materials under the mentorship of the Institute for Veterans and Military Families. So with the support of this office, all over the country, we've got the centers of the support of veterans business, professional trainings, the help with the business plans, mentorship support, what was mentioned by Mikola, in fact. The Ministry of Veterans of the United States supports the educational initiatives, pays for the training courses from the Center of Support of Small Businesses, for the creation of the business plans, to support export and import, to analyze the market. So both veterans can use it, those who plan their own businesses, and also the owners of the businesses can use that. Also, it can be used, what was mentioned by Vadim, it can be used by the members of the family. It's not only directly about the veterans, it's about the community. And also they have foreseen the opportunity of the repetitive courses of the higher level when the business in some way has already got some scale. It's obvious that the state is definitely trying to help the veterans to create business. And the Small Business Administration has opened several dozens of information centers, consulting ones, which can help you to get financing and support them at all of the stages. For instance, we've got the program of entrepreneurship, and it gives the understanding of the basics of the business, the calculation, the search of the new niches of business, and
на от всі ці
this is the base which is needed not to have the same mistakes which was named by my brother, by the brethren of mine, when you don't know where to take information from. It's interesting that out of the 10% of the military which had this course, 40% of them opened their own business. Still, there is the huge support of the civil sector and business. Lately, we have the huge development of business veteran incubators. And at the third panel, we'll also have the online guest from the United States, who will be the representative of the Hilton Lab organization, a huge incubator. He will tell more about that, and I will name certain examples, what they are and what they're dealing with. This is the organization which has been founded by the veteran, and he has conducted the research and found out that 25% of the veterans want to deal with their own business. So he said that he thought, and he's said, quote, "The army was always glorious with powerful connections. So this is why he created the network, which was never in order before. So he reinvented what was already invented in the army of Israel, in Tzahal, that the army is becoming the network and the base to create some career, to create some business. So everything after the army is based on the connections which were gained in the army. So it is working as the incubator, and it is a kind of the game for the veterans. At the different events, the newcomers are getting acquainted with the businessman. They have some contracts about the sponsorship, and still the sponsors are not taking that on their own. They don't take the shares. So this is about the network. This is about the association which was named by Yulia Kovalev. So first, the regional banks were the sponsors. People did not believe in that, but now so there are some giants like Comcast and JP Morgan connected to this affair. In the figures, it's 135 billion for now from the startups which are taking part. And 99 million of capital, which was involved by the companies taking part in the startups. Almost 3,000 working places which have been created by the startups. More than 800 places, almost 900, were created for the veterans or spouses. I mean, wives or husbands of the military men and women and veterans. And for now, this is 1,000 of startups which have already finalized the successful programs. They've got more than 3,500 business contacts there. What is said by the founders of this incubator, that the veterans are always behaved as if they need psychological help. This is not always true. And when we're speaking about the business, the market doesn't care whether you're the veteran or not. The main thing, which product you own. So this is about the history, which is very relevant now in the US, And these incubators, they're more and more numerous, and they generate more and more profit. The opportunities of networking for all the veterans, first and foremost, and the figures are witnessing. About the interesting story, concluding this block, the story about the veteran business. Not that many people know that such giant as Nike or FedEx Delivery or one of the biggest supermarket networks, Walmart, in the US, are also veterans who came back from the World War II after Vietnam, and they founded such huge, giant businesses. So there are lots of stories with veterans founding the businesses, but they're not that told about. And we don't hear enough. It's not that spoken that those are the veterans' businesses. For instance, a very famous car association, the United Service Automobile Association, is the company from San Antonio who was founded in 1902, 25 offices, as a mechanism of the mutual insurance, because they didn't want to be insured because they were considered to be the risk group. And they created the union, they began to help each other. For you to understand, at the point, this is the company which has taken the place number 100 in the Fortune 500 of the biggest corporations of the US for 2017. Maria, this is the giant company, which generates the huge profit. So the thought that we need to be united, and it should be not only the state support, which was mentioned by Igor, it definitely should be the kind of accumulation of the support from the NGOs, businesses, the state sector, the public sector, and the veterans themselves need to unite to have this mutual support. This is the success story. This is what we see as the US example, and I think that we can take it as best practices for Ukraine. Thank you. So training again, and also unification, conjoining, and the coordination between the public and non-public structures. Well, we are, of course, short of time. I do promise to have some questions. Did you write down the questions? No. Okay, would you please mention them into the microphone? Vadim, could I show 2 slides more about the veteran businesses? Well, yeah, but please try to be short. 2 slides only. Yes, Maria, please. So, I'm sharing my screen now, but the organizer did not let me to share the screen. So if it's possible, would you let me share the screen? Those are the relevant data. Could we allow Maria to share her screen, please? Maria, as you're saying that you still woke up, would you please stay with us? We've got the question now, not to waste time, okay? And then I will find out whether we can share your screen. Okay. Well, it's not a question, it's more of a proposal or a suggestion. We'd like to hear about the state support as well. In 2019, at Mykolaiv region, Dominivsky region district, we created with the volunteers and the veterans the Agrarian Serving Cooperative. So our fund, Laska, helped us, and we have found, they found for us the financing program for the Embassy of International Affairs of Canada and the Association of Economic Development. So the state did not give us anything, but we got some help in the creation of this business from abroad, the investors and donors. But altogether, we faced the issue. We wanted to open, that we opened already, the briquetting line, which gives us to produce the wooden waste and to create fuel briquettes of that. And the same fuel can be accumulated and produced for the community of your own, to accumulate some money, not to bring it beyond the community, and then the community will buy from your own producer and invest that into your own producer to expand. But we also introduced some of the greenhouses, but still, to have some electricity, we need to pay 20,000. The project is not working, but we need to pay for it already. It's also a very substantial point. So what's your proposal? We're searching for the state support, because the state should support us, maybe at the local level, if there is such an opportunity at the local opportunity. Yeah, Of course, we got it. Mr. Igor is ready to react. Yes, this is the ruthless market which was mentioned by my colleagues. Those are the conditions which all the businesses are facing without any exclusion. That is why, yes, it can be helped and solved and made in proper and helped, but those are dotty or one-to-one. But still, you need to pay the money, even if you are the veteran business. I will tell you even in a different way now. This problem exists in the business in spite of who is the founder, who the founder is. For instance, from the world bigger producer, ski producer who came to Ukraine, they have the same problem with the same electricity. But it's much more scaled up and the figures are much more numerous. But you'll get lots of problems like that. We'll try to solve this issue systematically. I do hope that next year we'll systematically solve it for the whole business, for your business, for Vinnytsia, which is the ski production factory. But there will be lots of points like that. Why do I again come back to the idea and the proposal for you to unite between yourselves? The state is huge, the staff is huge, but when you're able to unite yourselves and to bring such issues, honestly, maybe you will have some dotty help and support, or maybe you will have the systematic solution, but still, this is the ruthless market where everybody is suffering, both veteran business and non-veteran business. And this is our homework here, who is in the government or in the parliament or in the presidential office, for those points for the whole business not to be that numerous. Thank you. Just a point. Maria, do we have an opportunity to see your slides, I guess? Your graphs you wanted to show. Maria, are you with us? New York, are you in touch with us? Yes, yes, I'm here. Do you hear me? Yes, we do. Perfect. And we can see your graphs. Well, just very short. These are the preliminary results. We've surveyed 50 businesses as of the 19th of August. And I just wanted to show you not these slides, not even what this business is about, but more about the figures, about the planning. Here we can see the question whether your enterprise has the created business plan, marketing plan. You can see the results and the answers. Whether we don't hear you, come back to the mic. And the same, how the enterprise does it. Now do you hear me? Yes, we do. Perfect. Then we are speaking about the information about the products, how the veteran business forms the social networks, pages and advertisements, and all of that is done online. A very interesting slide on motivation, why the veterans founded their own affairs and businesses. And we can see that just the people understood that they like to manage the processes being in the army than any other experience. An interesting point that what veteran business is from the perspective of the veterans themselves, how do they consider it to be? And the most important in this story is the business during the pandemics. Whether it impacted the veteran businesses, what did you had to reshape and reformat and how? We can see that 36% of the businesses said that it was needed. Also, we can see how the volume of production changed during the lockdown. And in fact, at this slide, we can see that what is needed for the support, what the veterans themselves want to see as a support. Those are investments, discounts as for the taxes, 42%, grant support, 42%, the creation of the marketing plan, 36%. This is the huge indicator, by the way. The trainings or webinars for the owners of the businesses, 30%. So the veterans want to be trained. Maria, would you please tell? And the last, where can we take this slide for it to be efficient, in fact? We need to get acquainted with those slides. Where can we download your presentation? We'll definitely share these data, and we'll give an opportunity for everyone to see that and to get at IREX UA. Yes, yes, IREX.ua, the web page of IREX, in the Facebook page of IREX Ukraine. You can look through all of the data. Thank you so much. It was rather important. The next question. The next question is for the representative of the presidential office. The next question is for the presidential office representative. Yes, the female representative, yeah. So look, I wanted to hear about your opinion. What about the working group attached to the Ministry of Veterans who developed the law draft, which is already in the consideration for the parliament, about the cars taxation and customs for the veterans of ATO. The same is about the tractors and the trucks for the veterans who are registered as entrepreneurs. It can be considered in a different way, or it can be interpreted in a different way, but still, what's the presidential office's attitude to this law draft? Or maybe even our president's attitude? And how do you assess the probability that in September, when the parliament begins its work, this law draft will be adopted at least in the first reading? Thank you. So look, if at the forum we are saying that these initiatives will be created, and one of the tools of the support of the business of the veteran are like this, it could be a very healthy idea when the veterans registered as the entrepreneurs. If, as it was done, as said by the deputy minister, there is the risk that it will be as the separate business with the cars coming to Ukraine and then resold at the Ukraine. Maybe we need to have some of the special mechanisms against that. But I do think that the parliament will come back and will have a very active work of the parliament in autumn, in September. And honestly speaking, I never read it. There are hundreds of law drafts there, but it's so important in these initiatives to have certain mechanisms against that, for it not to be a systematic trade of cars and automobiles with the discounts. When you want to compete at the market, or for instance, when you begin your own startup, you want to have the equal rules of the game. You don't want any of your competitors to get certain advantages, and then you're just standing there because he got his own niche, maybe legal and maybe illegal, right? So that is how it's important to create the equal, transparent rules of the game. So I think that in such initiatives, it's important for them not to be transformed into different corrupt schemes. And in September, we'll try to consider it. Okay, thank you. The next one. Hello. Kostenko Sergei, Lugansk region, Starobelsk city. Lugansk region is one of the regions which is really can be using seriously your attention, for you to drive your attention to Lugansk and Donetsk regions. I'm the founder of the enterprise, which is working at the market for a long time at the agrarian business and all of the other businesses. And we don't need any fish or bucket or to have a place where to fish. Just give us the resources. So I'd like to have this kind of a proposition from you for us to work together with the Ministry of Veteran Affairs and the resources sphere at the level of the state. I mean, both the Savings State Bank and the Ministry of Veterans Affairs. Because when we are speaking about the startups, the opening of the as my enterprise, which is working at the market for a long time, we have our own website. We know how to work in Ukraine and what's interesting with Lugansk region. So this is the services sphere. We are speaking about the veterans as the brotherhood, which will think on its own about the creation of the job places, because you will think about your own brother. You will think about your friend who needs to be socialized and adapted, and to give more resources for the life and the work for other members of his family. That is why I have this next proposal. Would you please, as the Ministry of Veterans, could create the certain register for all of the enterprises, not only startups, but those which were founded during the war times, which were founded by the veterans. The veterans which not only now or a year ago, but already took care about the results. And the startups just try to create the common register of the veterans who are founders of enterprises, give them the discount conditions. Work in this direction with the banks to create the conditions of the crediting, to create certain of the discount holidays. They deserved it. The next point. Now the question for the head of the savings bank. When we are speaking about 579 program, yes, it's a nice one when it was founded by our president and so on, but it's not working. I'm not watching TV because I'm so busy, but I paid attention to that about a month ago when they were speaking about the resources, the cases of different banks, and about this program of 579, which was founded not only in the safe banks, it's done by private bank and other banks. You should know it. So you heard the phrase that the applications are approximately 24 or 26,000 about a month ago. But when we are boasting that we have performed 450 of applications and allocated 300 million hryvnia, not euro. This is just ridiculous for Ukraine. A month ago, I heard the figure of 24, 26 applications for the crediting of 579, and you gave approximately 70 only of them. 690 applications were served by 400 of them were done by the savings bank. It's just ridiculous. It's nothing. So if we're speaking about such kind of support, it's just ridiculous, especially if we speak that there is the huge share of just civil servants, not veterans. And the last point, when we speak about the savings bank or any other bank, would you create the holidays? Do not put fines, not only during the lockdowns, though you do that during the lockdowns as well. And when the lots of the enterprises can do that beforehand, you have the fines because you don't have enough of the profits because of the loans. Lots of fines and fees because of that. Give us a certain holidays for the startups and acting veterans. This was the last question because we are out of time. This is not the banking program, this is the state program. And the opportunity of all of the necessary concessional loans or soft loans, preferential credits, can be done for the compensation between the market rate and the rate for the SMEs. What does it mean from the point of view of the state finance? It means that from the state budget, they redistributed the money which could come for the education, for the healthcare, for the hospitals, for the roads, for some of the support of the SMEs. In this part, which is now implemented, well, I cannot agree with you that this is not working. It is working, and it is working rather efficiently. Do we hear about the issues? Of course we do, because this program had already 4 updates, and the last update of the program was on the 19th, if I'm not mistaken, July, when the government approved the opportunity to expand the program for such programs as projects as the refinancing of the credit gained before in the commercial bank with the 0% per annum, the opportunity for the startups. So we analyze why we need to refuse. But you still need to understand we are providing as the banks some of the credit and loan money which we involved from other Ukrainian citizens as the deposits. So we are obliged to analyze closely any of the risk issues. So again, I'd like to emphasize, please don't want any of the concessions and just want conditions. You should require conditions of trainings. Please don't want discounts. Any discounts in this or that way. The market will show you where your business was not working, the risks which you're shown by the bank. Please try to listen to them attentively. The questions which are asked by the bank, first of all, Try to critically analyze them. Don't be offended by us. We ask you the questions which are written, well, not with blood, but with the loans which were never paid back, with the errors which were done by your colleagues. Thank you. If I may, I can add a bit, just a bit. As for the program, which has been founded since the 1st of March, as for today, there were issued 4.2 million of hryvnia, and now there are lots of loans. Well, of course, we would like to have more. It's not enough, but in Ukraine, we've registered 500,000 legal entities, companies, almost 2 million of sole proprietors. So, of course, we wanted to have more businesses in that. So we analyzed 20 refusals for the applications of the clients. Well, you know, coming back to this mantra training, the majority of these applications, sometimes I was even shown myself, and I asked the same, why 16,000 refusals? Part of them were really just low quality of preparation of business cases and documents. But what we would ask the banks themselves, what we would ask the ministries about, would you please help the people who applied already and you refused them? They have already bought this lottery ticket to become an entrepreneur. But they stumbled upon the preparation of the documents, the participants, so please take them. And the programs which were done by the Ministry of Economics since September, this additional wave of trainings for the entrepreneurs. We will take the part of those who had the refusals from the banks because of the low-quality business plan or because they saw some risks in these projects. We'll take them, we'll train them, and they need to become the next clients of such programs. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I do understand that there are more questions, but we are out of time, and the next panel should begin in a timely manner. I thank all of the participants. I recommend you, if you've got any questions, you can come up to the participants after the panel privately. And thank you that you stood this heat, and I am sorry for the next moderator because it will be hot here. Thank you, Vadim. My name is Alexandra Baklanova. I'm the next moderator. So we are going on at 1:45. This will be the conversation with the business schools. We'll have 5 business skills, the whole high league, top league, and the 2 veterans who founded their business. A short break. You can move the chairs. You can tell that I allowed you. If you want to move the chair to the shadow, please, you can watch the distance, 1.5 meters. We are going on at 1:45.
Прогнози. Україноцентричний журнал, що сповідує
You can choose the places. If you need, you can move the chairs to the shade. Dear friends, please come up closer. We have an incredibly interesting panel which is beginning now about the business education and the mentors. So please, how important business education is. We've got 70% of the surveyed veterans who told that they would like to be trained. More than 70 of them have higher education. Lots of the veterans have the managerial experience. And in fact, what was spoken about at the first panel, to get the starting capital, cheaper loans, you need to be ready for that. Whether business education can help and what it is, we will hear from the leading speakers, our business schools, and we will also hear about that from two of our veterans who got such an education. They've got their own business, whether it helped them. Please come up closer. I know it's the shade there, it's nice there, but still, I do assure you it will be interesting. Please come closer. Take your coffee and come closer and let's take the seats. This discussion is worth it to sit on under the sun.
Дозволяємо. Яка в нас гарна компанія складної жінок-представниць бізнес-освіти і хлопців-ветеранів.
Це майже найбільш жіноча панель, я думаю, взагалі на форумі. Але так вийшло, що і модератор, і учасник...
Які напряглись. Напружилися. Вони трошки не люблять цього. Друзі, підходимо ближче.
Please, friends, come closer. I will be endlessly asking you to join the second panel, but it will be an incredibly interesting one. Please come closer. I can see our team from Invictus, Vanya Rudy. Vanya Rudy, come closer here. We will speak about business education. Now we've got some shade here as well. Please be quick.
Всіх. Теж за це. Звичайно, я полковник запасу.
Я теж військово.
Підходьте, будь
Please come closer. Yes, the team of Invictus is moving here to us. Anybody else?
Ну що, поїхали?
Okay, let's go. Everybody found the place for him or herself to have the place to listen, to hear, to be included, and to work. Our speakers are very bold because they're working under the sun directly. As an exclusion, we decided to have some sunglasses, and I have some spare ones, so I'm ready to share. My name is Alexandra Baklanova, and I am dealing with the strategies. It means that I'm dealing 24/7, and from dusk till dawn, and lots of businesses, smaller, bigger ones in the beginning, in the flourishment. Of course, we saw lots of them. When there is the question risen about the veteran businesses, we are asking the same question together with you. What's the difference of those? How can we help to start up? How can we help further on, not just to start, but to become successful? I think that all of us who are today at this panel discussion, it is a unique one, as this is the top league of the business schools. Those are the 5 business schools and 2 veterans who are already in the business. It's not that often when we are meeting together like this, and the fact of this meeting is already important, as this is the situation when the Veteran Forum also helped all of the business schools to meet together. So, who do we have today? We have 2 colleagues, for veteran colleagues. We've got Maxim Nazarchuk, who is dealing the project management in the IT, coming back from the East. We've got Igor Kravchenko, who is the co-owner and the head of the Veteran Invest, one of the most successful veteran businesses in the country. 2 colleagues with veteran experience from those who we are, like us, similar to us, and 5 business schools, 4 here and 1 colleague online. The Edinburgh Business School, Natalia Krivda, who is the academic director of Edinburgh Business School in Ukraine, Kyiv Mohyla Business School, Deputy Dean Helena Sabruk, Lviv Business School, Yarina Boychuk, director of that school, and Irina Tikhomirova, who is the president of the business school. And also we are in touch with Zoom with Timofey Milovanov, who is an honorary president of the Kyiv School of Economics. That is 2 veterans and 5 business schools of the top league. So we will begin with the veterans. With all of our panelists, when we are getting prepared to this conversation, I always ask the same question. What experience you used to have? Secondly, which reflections, which thoughts and conclusions you've made out of this experience? And thirdly, how all of us imagine it would be nice for the future. Because to be honest, we don't have the perfect answer. Everybody's searching. The veterans are searching, the business schools are searching. So this constant search of the model, of the answer, how to make it nicer, it shouldn't bring to some one universal answer. Well, I can assume that there will be 17 different models like that. Let them be. The most important thing for them to work, for those who want to start and to bring their business live. So, let's begin with 2 of our colleagues who are veterans. If, Maxim, you don't mind, I would say that you should be the first to speak, and after that I will give the floor to Igor for this veteran part to be the first considering. Okay, I don't mind. I greet all of you. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers and all the presentees that you found some time to join us and you visited this event. My name is Maxim Nazaruk. I'm the participant of the project of Veteranius and the project manager of the IT company DataOcean. Our idea consists of the maximum involvement of the veterans in the IT projects work from scratch with the basic skills or sometimes no skills at all. And also to deal with their socialization and rehabilitation. And this type of activity is conducted by us together with their professional, social, psychological and mentor support. As the result, in the end of the day, basing upon our educational project, we managed, with the help of our mentors, rather famous volunteer and the founder of the company and NGO Together for Ukraine, Lyuba Shipovich, and also Yevgen Pronchuk, to create our own IT company. So we are developing from scratch our IT product. This is the system of the unified access to the state data, public data, and we will be ready to present it just in 3 weeks within the incubator 1991. So out of my own experience, I'd like to say that as for the proposal to take part in this project, I never had any experience before in IT sphere. I was just the total beginner, a newcomer. I was trying to code, but I never managed to, so I just failed. But once Lyuba Shipovich came to me and she just suggested to try myself in this sphere. I was in doubts and I said that I don't have anything in IT, but she answered that the IT sphere is rather broad. It's not only about programming or coding, it's about some organizational stuff. So that is when I went as the position of the head of the project. And I began my work from scratch. So your model is just to begin instantly, just with the work, and the training was on the go, yes. Why? Well, because we found out in our activity that it's incredibly efficient when the person is just training or having some courses. Well, yes, he or she will get some critical mass, he or she will gain some knowledge and experience, but it won't be that efficient if this person, in comparison with the situation when this person is involved in the working project, in all the working environments, when the person is getting acquainted with the methodology from the inside. And as the end result of our project, this person can implement the project. It's him or herself. This person will have a portfolio of his or her own, where the result of his or her training is the project. And the whole training is taking place directly in the creation of this project. Yes, you're totally right. The people are training from scratch, they are mentored, and yes, during the creation of this project, they are helping. The mentors are helping to find out what's the direction of movement and which specialization to choose, as the IT world is rather wide. Depending on the level of their knowledge, the level can be maybe not even basic but zero, they still conduct the work with them. Me personally, what helped me to be involved, to be engaged and arrange everything, I made a conclusion that the basic points in the methodology of the development of the software are Agile and Scrum, which are very popular in IT. They've got lots of basic points. Some basic points like mutual respect, mutual support, trust, openness, and all the rest. They are really intersecting with service in the army service. Because if in the troops army we have constructed that in a very nice way, then it won't be the service, it will be paradise. And the same comparison is working in the IT sphere. When you manage to create all of these points directly in your team, in your product, then all of that is well working and it's really cool. The mentorship itself really suits this methodology. Mentorship is a kind of a dotty teaching, and it's very convenient. It's convenient as, well, why do I find the word convenience? Because it's really flexible. With your mentor, you can definitely arrange everything about the time when you meet. You can make a deal about the communications channels. You can make a deal about the request which you create for him. And so it can be varied. It's all can be, of course, set. And with a mentor, you are growing much quicker and more rapid, because mentorship can be different depending on the level of the basic knowledge, basic skills which this person has for the mentor. So when I'm coming to the mentor, I'm having the ready idea, the thought already, and the project of the solution in this or that sphere. But from the mentor, mostly, I'm getting his opinion. I'm not mentioning what conclusion I came to, but it's important for me to get his opinion, because he has bigger experience than I do. Maybe not hundreds times, but at least dozens of times more. So your model is just from scratch to begin the work, and the whole training should be done during the process of the creation of the product. Yes, you're totally right. But you understood that lots of the points which used to be the part of your service, army service, they will be definitely used in the managerial work, in the business project. And for yourself, you've assessed the value of the mentorship. Yes. So those 3 points, we are taking them from your speech. We're noting them down in our minds. We'll come back to the mentorship issue, and I'm giving the floor to Igor Kravchenko, who has the different model, the different approach, and the wish to construct the bigger and systematic business. Please. Hello, everyone. First of all, using this opportunity, I'd like to say that for me it's a big honor to be here. Considering that, I'd like to share rather important and sincere things from me. Well, undoubtedly, in my speech there will be the thesis why the business education is so important, why we need to work and to develop the veteran business. But most of all, I'd like to emphasize that what we need to find or never take with ourselves into business and which mistakes we should avoid. For the beginning, I'd like to say how I had this decision being born about coming to the business. It was the story of my life, which was rather understandable by each of you. Having some warfare experience, I had different situations, but there was one situation when I understood that this is the end. And this was a very interesting internal dialogue with God Almighty, whether there is an opportunity to get this additional chance, and this chance to go on with the life is given to me, how can I use it? And there was a very nice understanding that if the chance is given, it's worth to live our life as efficient as possible and with a full scale. This is how I found out myself in the business in 2016, meeting a wonderful team of the single-minded people with me, rather holistic people. So we've created some of the things which were seeming rather important for us and interesting. We had lots of mistakes, but in the end of the day, we've got the business which is the multi-million business considering our turnover. This is the wonderful team with the bigger staff and lots of employees, and in spite of our failures and errors, we have something to be proud of. Well, you know, if we say that this business is a veteran business and that in fact the veteran businesses have the wonderful perspective in Ukraine, I would allow myself to agree with that. The thing is that the veteran businesses are the high-quality subculture abroad. And in Ukraine, it also looks like a very attractive one. We've got more than 340,000 participants and ex-combatants at the east of Ukraine. We know that the statistics from abroad witnesses that a quarter of the people who are coming from the military service to choose business as the new type of the activity. We say that the business is giving really necessary qualities and traits for the person, and those qualities can be found as the result of the military service. We do understand what discipline is, what sensitiveness is, responsibility, targetness, and also the ability to overcome all of the burdens and reloads. We know what motivation is, so everything should be okay. The GDP of Ukraine is provided by the SMEs for 16%. Abroad, this indicator is 32%. In the US, it's even higher. So it seems that nothing is an obstacle for us. Just take and do it. But there is one point which we just have to take into consideration. In the United States, in the country with a wildly developed veteran ecosystem, with the perfect volunteers and state and public support, 70% of veteran businesses go bankrupt. I think that if we think now whether we should start up the veteran business or not, let us be realists. Let us say that in the Ukrainian reality, the most realistic scenario for us is to go bankrupt. So business, as well as the human life, is ending, and we don't know when the death is coming. Is it really so bad? I'm sure it's not. So the key answer for the question how we can make it better can be found here. These are the people present at the forum and at the stage. Those who overcame the war, who had some warfare experience, they know about the huge significance of the motivation, the training, the experience and sharing of this experience. I think that you know wonderfully that the chances to survive can be found only with the most trained, the biggest luggage of the implemented knowledge. And really, in the business, everything looks rather similar. The one who has the biggest knowledge, the competences, whoever is ready to be trained to work on yourself, has the highest chances to survive. If there's 100%, of course not, undoubtedly no, but they're rather high. If internally you're making a choice, being at the military service, between the training at the courses of the territorial defense and the certified courses of the special task force, and you choose the second, the courses for the task force, I would sincerely recommend you do the same if you plan to do business, and do the choice for the sake of the existing, modern, contemporary, systematized knowledge which are given by the business schools. Separately, I'd like to mention about the significance of the mentorship. Each of us in the life have some of the authorities, the people who are opening their hearts and helping to look into today and the future. And undoubtedly, these people can be found at the military service, and those people can be found in the business. So, speaking directly to you, I'd like to say the following. This is just a foolish thing to think that you know everything best of all. It's okay to come and to say, I do apologize, but I'm not competent in lots of issues. I don't know this, that, and that. I don't know what finances, I don't know what HR and logistics are. Really, I don't know, but I'd like to create a normal story, so please help me. If we are able, coming after the military service, to update ourselves, that is, to forget about all of our cool or formerly cool military experience, what we have done, and so on, if we are able, if we are capable to become pupils again, to be trained again, to be open, to listen, to communicate, I think it would be a very nice first step. I would really ask you, please have your own mistakes. Your own experience is valuable as well. Do not repeat our experience. Don't dance on the rake and just go where you need to. Come to the specialists. And now I'd like to say a couple of words to the business schools and to the representatives of the successful businesses. I'd like to say the following. Undoubtedly, the business school is business itself. So you need to understand why you need to do that, why we need veteran businesses at all. In my understanding, the answer is very simple. I do remember the international, the foreign experience. I do remember that in the United States, we've got the ecosystem, the ready one, which is functioning already. So to be those who are giving the proper, concentrated knowledge for the business is rather prestigious.
Це ваш абсолютно реальний вклад.
And it's not only prestigious, but it's your real investment into the development of the veteran business in Ukraine. And the veteran businesses in Ukraine can give the strategic advantage for the Ukrainian economy, knowing the number of veterans and their gained life experience, and considering their incredible motivations to stay in Ukraine, to work in Ukraine, and to develop Ukraine. And if it's needed, it can be approved by everyone who is present here to be ready again, not to earn, but to serve and to protect. As for the successful forces, I have a very humane request for you. To know how to give is as well rather important with the comparison with the skin to earn. If you're able to share what you know, to support, to help certain people to overcome certain life tasks, you will be able, as well as the fund to come back alive, to leave your trace in the history. If you're interested how it looks at the practice in the foreign countries, I will tell a couple of points. The NGO, Bunker Labs, the US NGO, unites more than 1,000 successful volunteers who are dealing with the help to the veteran businesses to become successful. If we are able together to acknowledge the significance and that we've got this chance, we've got this opportunity, and we can use it, I'm sure that our war experience, military experience we've got, will organically be transformed into our todays, into our business. And this today will be high quality in its essence, and it will be valuable as well. Moreover, our military experience will be able to create for us our key advantage, our key success factor for the future. And then we will exist, Ukraine will exist, and the Ukrainian economy will definitely exist. Thank you. Thank you, Igor. Well, you know, Igor is telling about his experience in this modest way. But as far as I remember, those jumps, those leaps in the development, this is the situation when the company first is creating the strategy. Then, in half of the year, Igor is making a call and asking about the meeting. I thought, oh God, something has happened. We are meeting, Igor is opening his notebook, and point by point, he's telling whatever they have done. Every step, every single step they've planned as a team, they've already implemented. And this first leap in the development was about the incredible ability of the decision to implement it. Not just to tell that I failed, not to find who was an obstacle, who didn't give us any discount, who did not support us, but just biting every point of this plan. It should be implemented. The next leap of the development was the creation of the next ideas, and rather bold and courageous, and maybe they consider it to be too bold and courageous, but rather courageous their own next steps. And this is the example of the company, the founder of which was first battling with their equipment and technique, which is part of the support of the fund Come Back Alive, then supporting the fund coming back. They are creating and constructing this business, and they are hiring other veterans as well. Igor, thank you so much for your experience. Thank you for your support. Thank you. So, those were two different models of the veteran businesses. Of course, there are much more of them. It's important for us to begin with something. It's important for us to understand how it can happen. Now let's try to look what's the experience of business schools. As for the business schools, I've got the same three questions. What was the experience of interaction with the military and the veterans? It used to be and how it's now. Which are thoughts? What are the reflections about this experience? What failed? Or what could be done better? What was successful? What was complicated? And then, how do they imagine how it could work for the future? Maybe even if those are just assumptions about more possible models. Miss Irina, let us begin with which experience, yes, it's your mic. So which experience you had? Because it turns out that you've created several points. You've gave certain valuable managerial knowledge to the founder of the fund. Vitaly Denega couldn't come, the program of MBA in the in Kiev. So this is valuable support. This is a very expensive gift. It's very valuable, and this is what can be remembered. And you systematically worked on which programs to create to scale up this impact for the involvement of the bigger number of people. Would you tell about your experience? Good afternoon. Well, first of all, I'd like to join the grateful words and for the invitation and that you allowed me to share my thoughts and opinions and our experience and our plans. I'm the representative of the business school of MIM, and MIM is the first business school in the former Soviet Union. It sounds that rather bold, but it's true. The first business school was created in Kiev, and we were created in 1989, so we are 31-year-old. And as we are 31-year-old, undoubtedly we've got some experience. One of these experiences are the programs of the beginning of the 90s, early 90s, which were implemented as the social adaptation of the military men and women. This was the whole queue of the programs, the line with the special structural department in the MIM, which dealt with in the early 90s, 1993, 94, what the people should do who were retired from the service, who are in the reserve now, and how they can adjust their lives. A bit later, I can mention what we're thinking about that. Then, closer to our times, nowadays, we've got the programs for the Ukraine defense industry, and also we implemented that together with the Arizona State University Business School. Why this Thunderbirds Business School is so interesting? This is the school in the United States, of course, the Arizona University, of course, but this was the business school which was created after the Second World War for the retraining of the military men and women. And that is why the cooperation with them allowed us to gain a unique methodologies about the work with the military. To work with the military in business, of course. And this was incredibly important as, according to the estimates, after the war, almost 40% of the businesses in the United States were created by the ex-military, ex-combatants. And among the very well-known names which exist and which we all know, which have been founded by the ex-combatants, are the FedEx and Nike. The companies which have become international, which are very successful examples, and which involved the Thunderbird Business School. This experience, this kind of experience, gave us an opportunity to understand that what should be done by the training programs for the veterans, for the ex-combatants. First of all, they need to base upon what can be found among the military. That is trust, honesty, and unity. And if we base upon the trust, honesty, and unity, then the programs which can be done for the military men and women, and it was implemented first of all in the programs of social adaptation of the military men and women, they shouldn't be too theoretized. They should be very practical and applied. Because mostly the programs of business education are rather long. And the veterans who are going through this training, they mostly have the task to solve it here and now, to understand and to implement. This is what you mentioned about. When you got to know about that, implement it, and in a couple of months you came and you said how you did it. And again, certain reflections, and again to understand, and then to go on. So you're focused to help them to grasp the most important during a very short period of time. Well, we don't have such programs so far, but we're thinking that what we can do, and together with the fund Come Back Alive, that we can create the program, and we began this work. It's not the dream of ours. Those are the steps of the implementation. Because we said that it was for the top military authorities. It was a bit of the different ones. It was for the growth, for the future. But the program which we are speaking about, we were speaking about with the fund Come Back Alive. This was the program which we named Business Accelerator. This is the program when the group of people from one company who know what they need, that they've got some issue, they would come to us, and we together, during a certain period of time, first could give a very short, a very practical kind of knowledge, and then we would found the program of mentorship and friendly consulting. We think that this program could start rather soon. I'm not speaking about the stipends or grants for the training at the bigger programs. I won't even, well, I will mention about them, but I won't name any people, because we've got the veteran now who is also being trained at our big MBA program. And he was recommended by the fund Come Back Alive and one of our graduates who is his mentor. But now I'm saying about the programs which could help the business. When this program is considered not for a single person, it is considered for the whole business. The managerial team, yes, the managerial team. as the education, the business education, is created for the personality mostly. But we are saying that this approach, which we'd like to do together with the fund Come Back to Alive, is the program which is focused not upon the person, though the person itself, of course, as well, but the business, first of all, to solve certain issues and to involve the people from the business who know and who can. Friendly consulting, live cases, and I think that the work directed for the practice. I think we'll do that. We have made a deal with the fund. We were considering that in July. We're coming back to that in September. And I think that it will work. But then I'd like to say that, you know, very often the business education is considered as a social lift or elevator. I would say that this social elevator does not exist, or it is out of order. There are certain stairs, there are steps. We don't have the elevator, we have the steps. So we need to go along the steps. This is very important, not that simple, and I would even say a very complicated piece of work, which we can do together. Our doors are open. We will be happy to see all of you. I do hope that together we will be able to do something nice. Thank you, Ms. Irina. So there is no elevator, there are steps and stairs. There are several ways to involve. You can be trained at the MBA program. It's a very long and deep and serious program, which in this case is created for the separate person, the development of the personality, the professional development. And what you're developing now is an opportunity for the teams, for the businesses, to get this quintessence of the knowledge and to get this mentorship, the support to solve your issues. Yes, you're totally right. Right, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Irina. And we have now Timofey Milovanov connected with us. Can we show Timofey now in Zoom? Let us check whether it's working technically. Look, Timofey is the honorary president of the Kiev School of Economics. Mostly in the whole world, there is a nice quarrel between the schools of business and schools of economics, because schools of business are about doing business and schools of economics are about the whole system, about the economy. They may say that if we raise this tax, the GDP will grow or it will decrease. And we have the situation when the School of Economy was also involved into the level of business education. It's rather interesting. And Timofey, as the person who took part in the development of the program for the military men and women and the veterans, I would ask him to answer the same questions. What was this experience like? What are the reflections and conclusions? And how can you, Timofey, see what would be nice to do? Which models do you think suitable for the veteran community and for you, for your school? Because all of the schools are different. We can see you, but can we hear you? Do you hear me? Yes, we do, but could you make it louder, please? Yes, sure. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to say the most important things. That what we saw in our work, that the veterans are becoming successful, the businessmen and entrepreneurs. Moreover, the probability of success among the veterans is higher than average in the population. For instance, we had the program, which I will tell you about, and it had 160 graduates, out of 160, we've got 30 acting businesses. This is a very high percentage, first of all, under the conditions of the crisis, economic crisis. So this is several businesses, more than a dozen, unfortunately, who went bankrupt because of the crisis. But now they're working, they're actively successful, 30 businesses. So if we compare it in average with the population, what is happening among the public, will have only about 10 successful graduates opening the businesses. So among the veterans, even during the crisis, and maybe because of the crisis, there are more successful businesses, times and times more than average in the population. 2 times more, right? Doubling. Well, yes, 2 times more, maybe 2.5. So this is a very typical situation, and it's also taking place in the United States of America. For instance, in the US, just take an example of the franchising. the 1/4 of the companies who are doing franchising are owned by veterans. According to our experience, what we understood, the veterans have the peculiarly strong features which help them to become successful, and they are connected with their being veterans, with their experience they have overcome, they lived through. One of the points which I really like, there are several points, but one of them I really preferred it. This is the total responsibility. It seems to me that Igor spoke about that, about the responsibility, to take responsibility for yourself, not to think, not to search for any explanations why you are failing, not to search for any of the issues, problems, why you cannot launch the business, but just to take the full responsibility. It's extreme ownership in English. And in Ukraine, we have the translation of extreme ownership, how US sells the little wing. This book was written by the leader of the Sea Seals, which have become a very successful business consulting company. So they managed to structure those skills which the SEALs, Marine SEALs used to have, and to give them to the veterans, for them to construct their own business successfully. So this is the example when the veterans are teaching some other veterans. This is the principle which we try to use. We've got some graduates. Veteran Volodymyr Shevchenko, who's founded Veterana Coffee. So we are trying to communicate with him, for him to work with us and to teach at our programs for the veterans to understand their advantages better, for them to understand their weaknesses. And here I'd like to say that one of the conclusions which we have done, that we don't need to try to create all of the advantages. We need to understand which particular advantages you have and to base your business upon them. And as for the weaknesses, well, you can improve them a bit, for them not to be obstacles, but you shouldn't be a very nice one in everything. You should be well doing in something. And the veterans have much more of that than in average in the population, as the veterans have trained how to solve the issues under the conditions which are rather adversary, which are rather bad as the environment, when you almost lack the resources, when you have adversary around you, when the war is going on. So the business is much easier than the war, because yes, you've got some competition, you've got the fight, but still you can consider upon yourself, you can rely upon yourself. So this switch, this mentality switch, when the Ukrainian is saying that it's not working because the state does not provide some help to my business, I'm failing because the court system is not working, I'm failing because there is inflation, or we don't have loans. Yes, it is true, but it won't be changed in a year. So the veterans know how to look at themselves and to think where they can take the responsibility and how they can change the situation. That's what we like, and that's what we noticed. For the successful growth of the business of the veterans, I think that in Ukraine, we need to create the whole ecosystem, not only the training business education programs, but in a broader way. It was mentioned Bank and Slap today, and I really like their approach, because they've got an educational program, which is a bit of online point, and we will speak more about that. Then we have the incubation, when in the residence, the people who have trained already, they're coming to them and training or consulting a bit. Then also they have the CEO club, where 1,000 of CEOs are taking part, and there are some promotion tours when they're touring all over the country and promoting the businesses of veterans. They've got some of the permanent networking events, which are named bank events. And also they have the regional chapters and so on. We need to create all of that to construct. In the Kiev School of Economics, we're experimenting with various approaches. In fact, we have a very short-term, very practical program, which used to be a bit upside down. It began with the protection of your own project, of your own idea, at the second module almost. Not how we train people, that you need to train first and then in the end you write their text down. No, we did it vice versa. We said, what's your project? Show it. And then we worked with this project directly. It was a kind of, not a training, but it was a training consulting. So I would say that we gained lots of experience on that. We have some successful projects, the projects which were protected by the participants, and we will achieve some different level when we create this kind of an eco structure and ecosystem. Will include the schools and the GR, the connections with the government, will show how to work within the institutions which can be found in Ukraine, how not to go bankrupt because of the certain errors. But also we think that I really liked what Maxim told us, that the training or the work was a teamwork, not a separate idea of every single person, but they created the team of veterans and they began to work. So we are thinking that maybe this kind of experience can be scaled up and we could launch systematically this program, just together the groups of veterans, to create companies of them and to mentor them, to connect them with the people who are connected with the business, with the successful CEOs, the owners, to include them into those teams. Then we are thinking to create mixed teams, because one of the programs we had when the veterans were teaching with the veterans and starting as well. Now we'd like to create the systems when the veterans are starting with all of the rest. We have the baccalaureate and also bachelor part, and we have 9 master's degrees. So we'd like for the veterans to take any of the sub-courses or courses without being within it officially. So if they want to take something from the public governance or the economy, please, you are welcome, any course. One more option we're thinking about is the interval training with a consultation support. You know, it's a kind of a gym point, like you have the high-intensity training in the gym. When you do some intense training of something, then you have a break, and during the break, it could be even for several months. During this break, you are being consulted. In fact, you have 24/7 point, one-stop window where you can get the mentor and communicate with him or her. And one more point, which we launched already, is the consulting, alumni consulting, because we are creating the graduates meetings where our alumni are coming who are having successful businesses already, and we've done it already in the Kyiv State City Administration. We created a kind of the fair where the businesses have been presented for the new participants of the program, and you could speak to them what they managed, what they failed, and why. And we are also doing that for the graduates and teaching by the graduates and alumni. So I think we'll have the second year soon. I'd like to mention that the whole training for the veterans in these programs is free of charge. The financial support has been given by the funds and it's going on like that. We are really grateful to this fund. But I think that we'll also expand these programs and we'll try to find some additional support. I'd like to conclude with the words that we need, at the level of the state, we still need to construct the state approach. Because if I look at the United States of America or the European Union, we don't have only this system, ecosystem of training or incubator or accelerator, but they also have, for instance, the preferences for the state order or the procurement, and also the financing, grant financing from the state. So this ecosystem of the public support also needs to be constructed first. And it's not that easy to do in Ukraine because we are competing. The market of the business education is so volatile. It is only for 30 years the MIM is the only school who is the leader. Now, we also have KMBS and the Edinburgh. Those are the main institutions. We need to create the market. We need to change the culture. We need to create business education to make it more prestigious than it is now, and to try to look up for the coordination of the educational institutions efforts, including the education support of the veterans, as each of us is training separately, but all together. If we take this knowledge, it could be united, it would be really nice. And I do hope that these institutions, like the fund Come Back Alive, could be the catalyst. So I'm really thankful that you gathered us together at one panel discussion, because you're right, it's not that often, and we need to do that more often. Thank you so much. Become successful. Do not be afraid to go bankrupt. As it's said in the US or in Israel, you need to go bankrupt for about 7 times to become a billionaire. So don't be afraid to take responsibility into your own hands, and you should know that the veterans are much more successful businessmen than in average the people from the population. Thank you. Thank you, Timothy. So, Kiev School of Economics is experimenting with various formats. There are the programs which exist separately for the veterans. There are programs, the master's programs, where you can have the whole training or you can choose separate courses. And there are the trainings of the veterans by the veterans and the mentorship. Is it correct, Timothy? Yeah. So everybody heard about the fright thing, not to be a fat. Thank you so much, Timothy, connected with us from the United States. And to be with us, he really woke up really early. Thank you, Timothy. So, we're coming back, landing to Ukraine. And Miss Natalia, Edinburgh Business School, as the Western business school in Ukraine, in fact, could say that there are lots of business schools to deal with Ukrainian veterans, right? Is there some reason why you don't just agree or you're involved when you're asked, but you initiate yourselves to create something and you're saying, we exist, we've got some knowledge, we want to share it? Would you please tell about your experience? Good day. I sincerely thank for the invitation. It's a big honor. I will begin with the words that every time when we change the office and we are the representative of the British Business School, where we do it in the British way according to the British standards and values, we are issuing the British diploma. The first question I'm posing for everyone who is coming to the office: do you have the special ramp for the people with disabilities? This is the very important and compulsory requirement. And again, we have to move, and there was no ramp, so we had to create an elevator using our own money. So this strategic story, strategic work for the long-term perspective, is what differs the philosophy of the British education from the US one, where you need to demonstrate the result instantly. The British philosophy of business education in particular tells that the ways towards success can be different. They are definitely coming through the conscious and heart, and they're coming through the value choices. We don't have any access to the public money. We don't have access to the grants or any other state opportunities. That is why everything what we're doing is volunteering as a business school. Not a single teacher of the Edinburgh Business School said that he doesn't want to become a volunteer when we speak about trainings, workshops, or any special educational training for the veterans and veteran movements. Now I'd like not to speak about us, but to share, thank you dear colleagues, there's the teachers who are working for free. We have been working and we have implemented several events with Veteran Hub. So I'd like to share some of the new insights, which for me used to be insights as well when I began to work with this philosophy of the education for the veterans in the Great Britain. I've already mentioned about the ramp. It's definitely compulsory access on the cards, and the opportunity of the free access to the campus, it's definitely compulsory as an initiative. Secondly, peer-to-peer education. This is working everywhere. I will be speaking only about Britain. In Britain, it's working everywhere in the British educational institutions. The not less important is that we've got the special category, the special status, which is named military-friendly schools. The schools which are having friendly attitude towards the people who are working with the military, not only veterans, but any military men and women. I'd like to say about the following as the practical point or piece of advice, if I can afford it. So, the British government has the special website which deals the veterans' affairs, both men and women, and it's always emphasized, and that this website, this portal, well, they've gathered all the opportunities at the same place, all the opportunities about the work, about the training, about the trainings and workshops, the systematic business education, about the mental and physical health. The separate chapter concerns the work with the families. The British are definitely sure, and this is the part of their philosophy, to work for the long perspective, not to work with the families, but only with the veterans, is just an empty deed to do. One of the biggest issue in Britain, and I'm not sure if it exists in Ukraine, is the lack of residence. The veterans coming back from the army don't have their own place to live, and you know what experience they have? Just in every city they've got the residence fund when the veterans are invited to for a couple of years to live there a bit for free, to live there just to reshape, to retransform for the peaceful life. And during this period of time, the veteran and his family are obliged to train, to find some financial opportunities. But those 2 years of the pause, of the opportunity to gain your strengths together and to reform it, are incredibly important. I will name several non-typical but maybe interesting experiences which the veteran organizations are working with in the Great Britain. There is an organization which is named West London Mission. It's working since 1887. There is the organization which is named Erskine, which is working since 1916, considering the experience of the veterans of the World War I. But by the way, it's an important part to mention, Scotland is still bearing this kind of a repressive experience of being under the British Empire discourse. Well, I will try to be as politically correct as possible. We will not give you out. Okay, thank you. So for the Scots, it was really well understood what happened in 2013 and 14. I didn't have to explain to them what that is, what's the empire who wants to preserve its symbolical power, and so on. So the biggest number of British organizations are in Scotland, because when the Queen Victoria said, why those glorified British English guys need to perish at the front line, let them be Scots. Let us remember Zhukov, who said, let the Berlin taken by the second and the third Ukrainian fronts. Let the Ukrainians perish, not the Russian guys, Zhukov said. This is what's embroidered into the cultural and educational understanding. The Scots are working a lot with the veterans and ex-combatants. For them, they're rather valuable as a resource. And one more idea I'd like to share, not only the society of the veterans, but the veterans for the society. The veterans are the bearers of the unique leadership traits and qualities. The whole course of leadership is 30% created according to the experience of the veterans, including the police, the military, and so on. I wanted to say it as quickly as possible, but still. Erskine organization, which is working since 1916, for them, all of the military ex-combatants and veterans are a big value. The programs are definitely done tailor-made. They are made adjustable for the veterans' requests. And I also mentioned about the residents. There are some of the interesting projects. There is an organization which says if you're a veteran, you're a military man or a military woman, and you've got a garden which you cannot deal with, or an orchard, the volunteers will come and they will help you with this orchard. This is about diversification. This is about different relations with the society and with the veterans. There are special organizations which are fighting addictions, for instance, game addictions, let alone drug addiction and alcohol addiction. And for all of those programs, for all of those initiatives, there are certain educational programs. There are certain separate programs for the military. I do apologize, it's written in English here, Royal Air Force, Navy Force, and so on, for certain separate types of troops. And all of that is adapted and adjusted for the training. Could we do that quicker than in 150 years? Yes. 144 years is needed, because 6 years have already passed. As a business school, we are working just with the veterans at the volunteers rules and procedures, and we will go on like that. And the last point I'd like to mention, definitely the leadership and the project management are those spheres, educational spheres, where the veterans who can be the most useful and the most interesting for the training. I wouldn't like to spend any time. If there are any questions, I can answer them, but we will be definitely and gladly and with a high level of responsibility will be involved in any common programs where we are invited to, remembering that we are the British institution. Still, we've got an opportunity to create corporate programs, Ukrainian corporate programs for the military men and women. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Natalia. Well, as you can see, we've got the American experience, which we can use, and it looks like it's rather recent, because the huge cohort of the veterans from the United States exist, and they're testing that permanently. We've got the British experience, which, by the way, dates back 150 years, and as Natalia is saying, we're working for 6 years already. Just a little bit is left. But as Igor suggested, we don't need to step on the same rakes. We need to move quicker. So it's very valuable that you are involving this experience, especially under the conditions when you don't have to. And why we don't have? We are the citizens of this country. We have to do that. This is the personal responsibility of each of us. Whatever school you're working at and whatever you do in your life. Thank you. That was Ms. Natalia Krivda, the academic director of the Edinburgh Business School. Thank you so much. Yarina, Lviv Business School has something which, for our colleagues, veterans who are present at our forum, can be really interesting. For lots of years, you have been working with the SMEs. Lviv Business School is the part of the Ukrainian Catholic University, and this is the only non-Kiev business school in the top league, which is in the top leagues of business school. And you managed to find yourself out there systematically working not with the bigger corporations, but with the SMEs, being patient one by one with those who are just starting up and with those who stopped being micro businesses and were systematic from scratch. So how did you use this experience for the interaction with the military men and women and the veterans? What about your page? Thank you so much, Sasha. Well, in fact, I thank the organizers of this forum and this event and this idea, because I'm looking at the people who are left here and they are really interested to be developed in the business, maybe to do that in the business or for the development of the state. You can do that in a different way. Still, I think everything will be okay. I really like, first of all, that when we began our work with the programs, with the training of the business or funding of the business for the veterans of the anti-terroristic operation, it was during 2017, and then the notion of veteran business never existed before, or at least it was never known. Yes, it's all very fresh. Yes, but it's okay, because it's easier to begin than to grow and to develop on and on. But even then, we went to Israel with other groups of businessmen, and then they got to know for themselves rather unexpectedly that, in fact, the first Israeli big number of companies where they involve, because 90% of the people have a conscript, they go to the army to serve. But because they just understand which unique skills and which understood and acknowledged format is used when they take part in the real warfare. What we faced there. Maybe we thought at that stage, oh, it would be so cool to have such a skill set. And really, those skills exist. This systematic approach, this discipline of the army, and the skills which were mentioned by the guys above at the level of the teamwork, at the level of those soft skills, which are not that easy to be taught. They can be just overcome and overlived. They should be used, but what we faced in the audiences and what we had to deal with was rather unexpected for us. On the one hand, but still we saw the results and we understood that it can be worked with. This is mistrust, the mistrust to ourselves. For yourselves, yes. And the mistrust to the society, what we think, what we dream of, what we want to do, or what we allow ourselves to think about, that it is needed by someone. This was the first stage when we had to work with this self-acknowledgement. We've got some results. As for the numbers, they are not impressing, maybe. Those are not hundreds, those are not 200 or 300 of people. Those are not hundreds of businesses graduated, but still, those are definitely valuable businesses. The businesses which allow not just the founder to live and to develop and to implement himself and to be needed by the society. Those are the businesses which are also involving some other colleagues and veterans, and they are creating the communities around themselves. What's also important, and we are proud of that the people are staying in our community, because it seems to us that this community of business, which is created around the business school, which is created around the Ukrainian Catholic University, is also giving some self-confidence and strength. If we speak about the mentorship, it could be with the skills, and we have the prepared and trained group of the graduates and alumni from the MBA programs and other programs which are involved. We've got already 25 graduates of this program of mentorship who are ready to work individually, but also we've got a community itself, and I'm sure that those people who took part in those training programs 3 years ago, they are staying with us. We're also having the cases when there is a graduate who is doing business in Amazon and is doing that rather successfully, searching for new products which could be sold, and is telling about that, not only for the veterans. For us, it's also a kind of an important point of self-realization for everyone in business, and not in business only, to share this experience, those success stories. But it seems to me that it would be worthy to have those success cases, and I will come back with that to this topic. I'd like to mention about our leadership center of the Ukrainian Catholic University, which is working in the military units with the officers, with the support and huge cooperation of the fund Come Back Alive. This is also a very important experience for us. You can search through, if you are interested. There is the article of Andriy Rojdeственsky. By the way, he's over there. He's my colleague, and he's the head of my center of leadership, this center. So Andriy has issued the article, and we conducted this research. Why the business, and what can the business learn from the military men and women and the authorities? It can also be a support to understand that and to acknowledge that. And it seems to me that if we speak about the self-realization, it's not always about the business, because we've got the Institute of Leadership, where there are certain programs to work with the civil sector and the non-profit sector, and also we've got it can be trained as well, and we can develop those skills and the understanding of this sector. And also we've got the managing school, School of Management, which trains the people for the public sector. So I think that in Israel or in the US, this is the huge advantage for the people who gained both experience at the front line, and then they came back and trained themselves and got some relevant skills. They can have the higher credit of trust. So when you wish to self-realize through the sphere, you can do that through the public initiative, or you can create some reform, because there are lots of opportunities. It can be both business and two huge opportunities like you mentioned. Yarina, thank you so much. An important and complicated experience, because the work with the SMEs claims incredible patience. You know, like you come to the end pile and you're taking point by point, you're piling it up, and then you can see the result when lots of people during lots of years are creating this welfare and implementing these ideas. Kyiv Mohyla Business School, Helena Saruk, the Deputy Dean. You're working at the macro level. We've got some of the models we have seen and several options how to begin, how to develop our business. There are so many of them. So what does KMBS do? You know, the level of the depth is the same, but let us speed up a bit. Let us be a bit more dynamic. I do promise to do that. Thank you so much for the invitation. And with incredible dynamics, I'm trying to look and to share the experience which exists in Kyiv Mohyla Business School. I'm the head of a very non-traditional program which is named Strategic Leadership in the Security and Defense Sector. This is the huge program of Master of Public Administration, which is an international one. And why is this experience worthy of being discussed? Well, because this is the example of an incredible success cooperation of the business school. We emphasized several times that all of this is the business logic of the creation of the model and a kind of a complicated, powerful, maybe the most complicated system of the state, which is the system of the national security of Ukraine. So to create cooperation of the school has become a very active player of the national security, and this is a unique experience when you can create the partnership, peer-to-peer partnership, which we mentioned, yes. When the smaller brother is speaking to the elder brother, and this is an incredible respect to the roles of each other, to the investment into the defense capacity of the country, the respect to the roles, to the institutions which provide the sovereignty of the country. And the cooperation for almost 4.5 years, which is rather short. This program was initiated by the Presidential Office and the the National Council of Security and Defense, and also by the governments of Canada and the United Kingdom and NATO. And also this cooperation is ongoing. The participants of this program are working with the national security as the holistic and mutually integrated and strengthening system, which include not only the military aspect, but also include all of the dimensions of the national security, the humanitarian, the economic, the social one, the diplomatic one, the international one, including the military, of course. And the task of this program, which was posed by the authorities, by the power of the country, the strengthening of the capacity of the national security through the leadership, through a totally different type of leadership, through the dynamic type of leadership, through the open strategic leadership, which allows to make design of the national security the totally contemporary, modern way, correspondent to the challenges and capacities we need to have to provide the sovereignty of our country and to honorably protect our national flag and us, considering the today's holiday. And also this program is having the interinstitutional cooperation. More than 20 institutes, including the civil ones, are working with this program together and creating the common models of the implementations of the strategy of the national security. And also, this program is incredibly integrated with the top level of the sector of the national security and defense, because they defined the context, the tasks, they make it more precise. I mean, the aims where we need to move to as for the design of the program and the participants, the result which they need to achieve in the end. And also, I'd like to say that this program, in the end of the day, has to achieve the developed programs which are the basics for some of the new our profile documents and doctrines, the new bulletin, and also the policy of the national security and defense. This is the direct investment of such a colossal name of the participants of such a huge system. If I make the long story short, and I promised, I would like to emphasize and to underline, when I was preparing which conclusions we could suggest, I would really like to approve and to agree with Ms. Alexandra's and Yarina's opinions, that I would consider this issue in a broader context, the education for the veterans. I don't think that it should be just business education, that it should be just business understanding the development. If we speak that if we say that for the veteran to find the powerful next role in the social dimensions of the country, in the development of the country, then besides the business implementation, in the same level, there should be the implementation of yourself in the public governance, the management of the country. Because I always say that the state today is the business tomorrow, that all of us tomorrow, which rules of the game will be considered in that the same dimension where we'll live the day after tomorrow. So it could also become the huge impact onto the development of the country with the non-state actors. And they have an incredible institutional level in the country. I mean, both the NGOs and the civil organizations, other social organizations, even religious organizations, which also invest a lot into the development of our country. So I do appeal for you. The most important thing from my experience is openness. The wish to create and the capability to interact, to cooperate, which is the key one in the open systems where we exist. And I think that if there is the passion, there is some wish, there is some will, and I know that it exists among the veterans, then I think that all of the opportunities have already been created in the country, and I think that this infrastructure will be created further on. Thank you so much. Thank you, Helena. So in fact, what Kyiv Mohyla Business School is doing, it is working with the ones who are creating the rules of the game. What is valuable in the interaction and the understanding of the veterans? The better understanding of this audience, this group of people, these colleagues, will it help you to create the better rules of the game? I think that definitely, yes. My response is yes. And this is the way to find the level, the highest level when we are working in the country with those who define the design of the systems, where our armed forces of Ukraine are, who are the protectors and who are now taking part in the warfare at the level of the highest strategists. And also it should be combined and united with the beneficiaries, with us, with the result of this system. It would be the incredibly important experience, and this is the work with the culture of the national security at the systematic level, the throughput, yes, the through one. Thank you, Helena. This is a hard part of work, because as well as it's not that simple to work with separate businesses, but just imagine how to work with the whole ecosystem and to provide the rules of the game which could be developed. It's a very complicated part of the work. Thank you that you're doing that. So, now we are, for an hour and a quarter, deepened into the different modals existing. And as this is the start of the work, which we were a bit delayed because of the president, let's take one last question from all of the panelists with quicker responses from all of the panelists. And then during the break, I will give you those panelists to you, to the audience, to ask all of your questions down there, tete-a-tete, with smaller groups. But one question I'd like you all to answer, I mean separately, each of us, but just in a nutshell, for 20-30 seconds each. In your understanding for your school, with the understanding of the colleagues we've got here, what's the best option of the education for the veterans? What simultaneously is your dream and what is desired and totally achievable? And if you said, well, not in 150 years, but what we could consider in 7 or 8 years, for you to say, we did it. What's a nice option for you to be proud of, to say, we did it? So in any order, for about 20-30 seconds to think and 30 seconds to answer. Can I answer? Yes, please. My deep persuasion is, as We need to strengthen each other, and those systems are interconnected. The capability to create partnerships to strengthen each other. I don't believe into the artificial character of the separate education for the veterans. It should be a deeply integrated participants in the different programs with other tasks and targets, including educational ones and training ones. And only then we will provide the open capability of the veterans to implement their capacities and opportunities to understand the business models of our the participants and those of the society, and the readiness to create their own solutions, which will be times and times more successful than the discrete one institution. I don't believe into the pure discrete business, which is limited from other businesses and other players, the state ones, the non-state ones. I don't believe in the separate state institutions which don't cooperate with other participants. So I think that it should be really, really deeply be integrated into the training program. So you dream of integrated training programs. Who would like to go on? Igor, please. I have this resonance with the integrated character, I think, for that. But as for the business education, I'd like it to help the veteran to understand whether business is his thing to do. Because there is lots of spheres which mean that the person is offered or maybe is choosing the totally different type of activities which is corresponded to his or her nature and peculiarities. And when the business mentor allow them to understand that the business is their thing to do, it's really so cool that we have the understanding what the roadmap could be, where the person could be found, in which environment, with whom to interact, and where you can achieve, and how we can make possible. Yes, I like this phrase, to make it possible. Irina? Yes, thank you, Igor, that you mentioned it. Because when we have some tests, entry tests for the schools, in any business schools, is the motivational ones. It's important for us to have this level of motivation and self-acknowledgement, why I need that. And it seems to me that here we can make a kind of a pre-development for the programs, this kind of a start platform for the understanding what's the choice, that we definitely need to move on, but there is the choice where to move to. And next, I support Helena, because the best is success when we had the starting platform for the program where we had all the veterans. For instance, there were 25 of them. But the next stage is when each of them has chosen where to move to, where to direct their efforts, and the next programs or educational points which we're having, and some of them could find and choose the master's programs to deepen themselves into that. It seems to me this is the whole menu of the choice from different options, and the community character. Yes, in the end, we need to be involved in the community. I think this forum of the veteran proves that. And the funds are working on that for it to be a community, a united community with some mission. Because the business community will take the veterans of anti-terroristic operation, of course, definitely. So it's important for you to have different options, not to move after the one notion. Miss Natalia, I'd like to repeat the idea of the work in the long-term perspective as one of the part of this long strategic story is that the program of all of the business schools have included the ethical modules, some of the value things. For the people who are graduating from the programs, I have a complicated system. The graduates of the business schools who are not veterans of the ATO, but they share certain values, for them to feel their responsibility and for them to act as the responsible citizens, including the involvement of the veterans into their businesses. Not always, it does not always happen that those are the direct ways, but the very important thing is identification of the problems and interests. Not everyone is capable to do business, whether you are a veteran or not, or just a person without such an experience. And there are some special centers who need to do that. We are ready to become this kind of a center about the identification of the needs. And the third one, I will repeat myself again, the value role models. the veterans are the people who can become the very valuable experience. We shouldn't just create business platforms where the veterans share their personal, ethical, professional experience, which is incredibly important. And of course, I'm also for the cooperation. If we can create some website, some portal, some information space where we could list everything we have, everything we can use, all the resources, it would be incredibly useful and friendly for the veteran, where you have something where to come to. In the Great Britain, they have it in every county, in every city, and for the whole country. Did you hear that, Oksana, right? Yes, we heard that they heard. We are ready to be involved. Whoever, Maxim, I'd like to say that our project of the Veterans Data Ocean is aimed for the continuation of the development of your own education. We are ready to share our methodology of work, our results. We are ready to show it, and the result is really there, as on the 18th of September we will present, basing upon our project, the ready product, which will be ready for the release. Oh, it's so soon, yes. And we are ready for the holistic cooperation with the business schools. We are ready to help and to create the program in the IT. We are ready for the cooperation. So in fact, we are going on with our training program. We got the financing from the International Fund of Resurrection, Vidrodzenia, and also we will start the new training program since the 14th of September. This will be the new program for us. So the veterans, you can join. So you can be approached with that in the break. Yes, if you're interested, you can come up to me. I will tell you in more details. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Irina. I thank all of the participants of the panel discussion. We can see that we are so different here. But when I was preparing for the speech at this panel discussion, I thought that we need to say not only which programs we have, and undoubtedly all the programs are open and business programs are rather diversified, and the MBA and all of them. But for the people who came here, it seems to me that for them the most important thing is to hear what I can get now. What's the use? We even spoke to Alexandra. Where's this point of pain and how we can respond to it? That is why we know how it should be done. We know the methodologies. We know, as even when we come to the bank to get financing, you need to write your business plan. And it's not always the issue how to write the business plan. Maybe the research which was conducted by the fund Come Back Alive, how to increase the sales, which legal form to choose. I do understand that this is the issue for the SMEs or even micro business. The people consider it as their own child. So how not to let your own child get sick or to get to some mischief. So we know how to do that. But on the other hand, the access to the community, to understand the community, the separate veteran unions and funds which can summarize it. So that is why I think that the main conclusion of our panel, that the business schools are ready, but they cannot do that separately from you. We need cooperation with the veteran organizations, associations, funds. And just together we'll be able to create the programs which will be correspondent to the relevant issues of the veteran community. Irina, thank you so much. Did you hear that, dear fund Come Back Alive? Good for you. So, dear colleagues, we will conclude. To start up the business altogether is complicated for everyone, in spite of the people with a military experience or any other extremely important experience or without it. This is the huge and complicated task. Not to let your business fail is even more complicated. It's the next stage, to help it grow into something bigger and systematic, if you want it not for yourselves and a couple of friends. As for the job places, this is the task of the next level. Each of these tasks foresees that you can do that on your own, you can try, and this is one of the ways. Or you can, as it was said by Igor, who is the most prepared, he's the one who has more chances to survive. We've seen altogether approximately 12 to 15 different models, from the jumping out and we are training on the go, to the special programs for the veterans, to the opportunities to join any courses at the master's degree, to the training at the MBA or the training for the managerial teams, or to the use of the mentorship and accompanying you, up to the separate types of troops and even to the system of national security and defense. We don't have the lack of the models, so I think that the honest answer is that we're all searching for that. We're going on with our search. It doesn't mean we don't have anything. We have lots of things, and we've got already lots of sockets we can connect to. So our capability is which of these sockets suits for each of us. So those are certain intellectual efforts for the business themselves and for the entrepreneurs and for the future entrepreneurs just to find out. I just wanted to have the top leagues of the business school here for us to see it in our own eyes and to understand this approach is the closest to mine. I'd like to try this one. I'd like to work with this business school. And even if any of those schools don't have the program which, as you consider, a perfect one, maybe you can see which experience they have, which huge layer of experience they've got. Unfortunately, the knowledge and competences are not the boxes which you can put from one person's head to another person's head. You can just help it to grow up. You can create the environment and to create the stimuli, to create the reason for the discussion, for the growth, for each of us to grow on our own, with our own teams. In my work, there are several favorite moments. One of them is when, during the strategic sessions, we've got this kind of a blink in the eyes. I know what to do. And this is the first moment when we were thinking, and then we have this special blink, and then we know what to do. Then we do it, we implement it, and then there is this review of the results, which gives us the understanding how much we achieved. Because this is the example of Igor. When we go along the list and we can say, oh God, we've done all of that. But when we are inside the process, very often we just don't acknowledge how much we have done. And there is one more point. This is the ring. It happened during another strategic session of mine about 3 weeks ago. I'm trying to call back, and this was the call that we have achieved this, and that. And this is the moment when you understand that just now someone's dream was implemented. On the way, they created X indicator of welfare. A kind of a dozen of people have become millionaires, and their next dream is to do something for their brethren, to create a new building of the university, to construct it, to create some new businesses. And everybody who is here in the art arsenal, there are lots of traits and features who would help to start up and to develop the businesses. And there is one which is totally undoubtful. We understand what victory is. We understand the value of the victory and the significance of the victory. And it seems to me that we know how to create victories. And the launch and the development of the business is about the creation of victories. The whole strategic process is where we are to the destination point. And this is our own plan of victory. That is why we're the same understanding how which our attitude is to our victory, which we're trying to approach. In fact, the same internal charge and this spring, which should be unbounced, this will be the one which will create the business and help us. We understand the victory. We understand that the survivor is the one who is the best prepared and trained. And we've got dozens of models, existing models of how we can approach the victory, and if we speak about that in 3 or 5 years, there will be more of them, and also stepping on those rigs, we will understand better which of them are working. That is why now we'll have to rely upon our own boldness and courageousness, and we will say goodbye saying the words that understanding the importance of the victories and what it consists of, our task is now to go and to create. Thank you, and glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. Thank you again to our panelists. 2 of our colleagues are veterans, Igor Kravchenko, Maxim Nazaruk. Irina Tikhomirova from MIM Kiev, Yarka Boychuk from Lviv Business School, Ukraine Catholic University, Helena Savru, Kiev Mohila Business School, Natalia Krivda, Edinburgh Business School. My name is Alexandra Baklanova. Thank you.
Спікери йдуть на
The speakers are going to the shade for some rehabilitation. I'm not giving you, but you can ask the questions here in the shade. There will be some shadow here, and we will try to bring some water there. The next panel discussion, Oksana, let us coordinate to tell it to everyone. We have 2:25. Dear friends, don't leave, please. We were speaking about the uniting into the groups and communities, so the third panel, we will speak about the social groups, whether it's important to create the business club or maybe the business association, and what business association is, and do the veterans entrepreneurs need to deal with the lobbying of their interests on their own at different levels, or maybe it should be done by management only. I do understand it's hot, it's sunny, but this is the last breakthrough. This is just for about 45 minutes to an hour of your time, but it's incredibly interesting for the speakers, the veterans, the entrepreneurs themselves, the heads of the bigger associations, the heads of the centers of consulting, the activists, the Prime Minister of the 1920, Alexei Goncharuk, Sergei Gaidaichuk, the president of CEO Club, Sergei Pozniak, who is the head of the FinStream, who is the veteran entrepreneur, who is investing into the veterans business, and thanks to whom you could see to the left the co-working and the consultants and different directions. Alexander Martysh. Alexander, I do hope you are here, who is the owner of the veteran business, who will tell us, according to his own experience, whether such social community as Veteran Association is working, and if not, why it's not working. So I do invite the speakers to take their seats on the stage, and everybody who stood it, please come closer to the first rows and take the places in the shade maybe, or closer to us. The technical break for a couple of minutes. Anton, please. I think you need it to change it, right? Dear friends, let us begin. Well, you know, when we decided that this year forum will be devoted to the veteran business, on the one hand, we thought that, okay, it's much simpler and easier because those who want to deal with veteran business, they're already socially active. They don't need to get from the sofas, and to begin, they need some support only. So our survey, which was conducted by the fund Come Back Alive, proved that. As I said during our speech, during the opening, those who are dealing with business or are willing to deal with business, they're rather educated. They understand that they need some additional knowledge and skill set. They have some experience, including governance and managerial one. And what's interesting about it, more than 70% say that, first of all, they need support of the veteran community. That is their brothers and sisters. And today we would like to speak about the communities of the veterans in Ukraine, which values they unite, under which values they unite. Do they exist as veteran communities? And maybe it is important to create the business association of veterans in the classical way. Which business clubs exist in Ukraine? What do they do? What's the difference of them with the business associations and their functions and missions and values? How do they unite people? For instance, maybe the veteran businesses need to become part of some classical business communities and unions which exist already in Ukraine, or maybe they need to create some separate group because they're united by certain values. I'm happy to greet today at this panel discussions our esteemed speakers. Alexander Martysh, who is the veteran and entrepreneur, who is an author of The Textile for Men and Women, our main speaker. I know Martysh is loved by everyone. That is why we invited him. Of course, it's a joke. In fact, he can share his experience, both positive and negative. That's what we dealt about. I'm glad to introduce Oleksiy Goncharuk, the Prime Minister of Ukraine of 2019-2020. Oleksiy was the head of the campaign which dealt with provision of legal services in the investment, financing, construction of real estate, and also was the head of the analytical center of BERDIO. And I know that he was specialized in the programs of the support of SMEs. And I think that we've got something to speak about, or something to speak with Oleksiy about. And I have an idea. I wanted even Oleksiy to become my co-moderator, because lots of points have to be asked. Maybe I don't know that because I never dealt with business. I was doing more things with veterans, but Oleksiy is more in the topic, so I think he won't mind. Sergei Pozniak, who is the financial and investment expert with 20-year experience, who is the veteran of this Ukrainian-Russian war, the owner and the director general of the company of financial group, which includes the companies of Finstream and Cromvest, the leaders in the segment of alternative financial institutions, which have the experience of impact investments. This is a very long story, but to be short, he's investing into the veterans business, and lots of veterans entrepreneurs were helped by him. So let us greet him again, Sergei. And I'd like to say that thanks to Sergei, to the left, you can see the consultation center. There are almost 10 specialists and experts with different directions of work who consulted those who wanted to start up their own business. Lots of them came up to me personally and said that they are ready to become partners implementing and supporting the veteran businesses. So, Sergei, thank you separately for this initiative, exactly. And he is the co-organizer and provided the financial support for the organization of our forum. Sergei Gaidaichuk, who is the initiator and ideologist of the creation of business clubs and unions in Ukraine, the founder and the president of CEO Club Ukraine. CEO Club is the closed business club who unites more than 200 CEOs and owners of the companies who have common values and life philosophy with the aim of the common development, communication, and lots of other points. The co-founder of Young Business Club, which creates 500 young businessmen up to 35 years old. They have affiliates in Kharkiv, Lviv, London, and New York, and the co-initiator of the environmental program Green Ukraine and the Generation Plus, and also the co-founder of the discussion Platform Editors Club. Lots of communities organized by Sergei. I think we have something to ask him and to listen to him. So we would like to get your support further on to unite our communities. And also I said that online we'll have the representative of Bunker Labs HQ, the veteran Blake Hogan, and we will be able to ask him, by the way, what was his way as a veteran, from the veteran to the businessman, to the organization which unites more than 1,000 veteran businesses, and which initiatives exist in Ukraine. And also we have the video speech of Stipe Efendic, head of the Association of Veterans of the Homeland War, Dalmatia Ruralis from Croatia. This is a very interesting experience, how the veterans unite in Croatia. They can do cooperatives and how they support some other businesses, how they mentor, how they help to the small business to develop, and other types of activities. So I think it will be interesting for us to hear. I would ask our speakers to be very dynamic and short as possible, because first of all, it's hot for you, right? Yes, it is hot. And I do suggest Alexander to begin. Sasha, would you please tell, you as a veteran and the member of lots of communities, veterans, both formal and informal, what do you think? Do we need to unite into communities, and which communities? For today, there are lots of veteran communities, but all of them are really similar. They look alike. There are lots of unions which deal with the social issues of the veterans and the solutions of some relevant issues. There are numerous. There's so many. Some people know lots of them. They can be both by the geographic location, but I'd like to say that the veterans is this certain social group which has certain needs, interests. But till today, as for me, there was never created an association or a community which would be aimed for the business of the veterans. During the previous 6 years, lots of people who have some war experience, they have founded their own business. And different directions of these activities. There is Veterano Pizza, famous for everyone, and there is Andriy Kozenchuk, who is the practical psychologist, practitioner, and this is also his business. But up to a certain moment, there used to be not a single moment, not a single organization which would deal with the development of this business. 4 years ago, we united, collected our efforts and founded the first one. Well, I'm sure there are some similar associations, but still, it was the first association of veterans entrepreneurs. It was founded by Leonid Ostaltsev, Maxim Muzika, Volodymyr Shevchenko, me, and Ilya Hartman. Lipinski, what's his name? Valery Lipinski, right. So the aim of this organization was to create a kind of an appliance for the veterans, which have the kind of an apprentice for the veterans with their own business. But as we were so busy, nobody did it as a manager. The organization existed, but it did not conduct any work. So this is a wonderful reason to say today that, Oksana, have you done the survey? Yes, the poll. Where can I get that poll? Okay, so we have Ira. Ira, would you please come? For you, there is the certain form to fill. If you've got your own business, you can fill it up and become an associated member of this organization. Or if you can work as a manager, by the way, there are lots of vacancies which can be interesting, and there is something to do there. The main aim of this organization was a legal support, some legal support training, and the promotion of the interests of veterans in the state authorities. For instance, forming of some business initiatives, shaping some of the law drafts, as the veteran business legally in this country does not differ from any other business. I'm not speaking about discounts and concessions, but we have the same opportunities as all the other people, though we are the separate social group. I'd like to emphasize upon that. We are the certain group with certain needs. There is some association. Irina can help you to fill up this form. If you want to join, there will be more of us. We need high-quality management, and it's interesting. I'd like also to mention that It's pleasant that this organization was interested by the fund Come Back Alive, and I do hope that together we will be able to make it more systematic. Alexei, it's important to hear, well, thank you, Sasha. It's important to hear or to comment upon whatever Sasha has mentioned. The option of the classical business association and what it should deal with precisely, or is it some synergy of business clubs, which we will be asking about later, Sergei business associations? Could you explain? Yes. Hello, first of all, if I haven't greeted you personally. I'd like to greet all of you with the Day of the National Flag and to thank you, the whole veteran community, that those flags can peacefully be on the flagstops of our cities. You know, the topic is very complicated. I don't want to say any common things. But we need to understand that we still have an ongoing war, not only with an external adversary, but within the country. There are lots of scoundrels and some people who distract our common resource from the needed affairs, including such important affair as the help or support or the creation of normal conditions for the business, including the veteran business. But you are very right to say that this is the separate social group. And this group has the certain interest. And it seems, why do we need so many associations? This one and that one, there are lots of business associations. Why do we need a veteran business association? Why is it really important? I try to say that what's my experience as the person who was the head of the Ukrainian government. The Ukrainian government and any other state official authority has priorities. For instance, to have 24 hours a day. And this time is very restricted. So first of all, you pay attention to the most heard things, the most noticeable things, the most prioritized things. So to be as high as possible in the priorities, you need to work with the system on a permanent basis. Nothing is given just like this. And if the veteran community has the certain acknowledged interest, which, by the way, we need to have in consent, because I'm sure that within the veteran community there is a certain discussion which are the interests, what's more important, and so on. So the principal point is the high-quality systematic organization of the work to represent this interest in the work with the state officials. And because when you work in the government, there are lots of social groups, doctors, teachers, veterans, children, sick people, patients, and so on and so forth. And in each of these social groups, there are certain interests which are important to be protected and taken into consideration. So it's so cool that we have a separate organization. Or I think we definitely need to strengthen it, to facilitate it, and to take as much part of that, which deals with the interests of the veterans who decided to do business. Because this is a separate, narrow group of interests, and no one, not a single other business association would deal with them. Not a single one, because they have different interests. The business is not that. The foreign business have a specific interest. Some bigger corporation have their own specific interest, but the interest which the veteran has who began to deal with the business is a specific one, a peculiar one. So an overall comment is very simple. It's a proper thing to do. And if it is properly working, it has to deal with the pragmatic and precise interests. Those are the criteria of efficiency. If the association is the interest club where people are going and having beer and spending nice time, this is also the form of the work. There are clubs, business clubs, we'll hear about that later, but still, pragmatically, to have it daily at the table of the Prime Minister, at the table of the President, at the line minister, to have the proper list of issues, for them not just to be inventing where they need to do some good, but for them to understand precisely where the pain is, what needs to be solved. It will strengthen the efficiency of the state authorities and it will make us closer to the result we need. This is an overall comment, but again, I'd like to emphasize the salvation of the people, the drowning people, is the deed of those who are drowning. If we want to organize the normal conditions for the veteran business, we need to work on that, and we need to work on that systematically and professionally. As you mentioned properly, we've organized proper people. No one had time to do that, so management is not done, so it exists. But there are certain questions how it exists, so the quality is rather important. But the question is that the people who are dealing with business, they are short of time to deal with management. So I'd like to say thanks to Oksana, we'll be able to create the normal collaboration about this project. But I'd like to mention that in comparison with other business associations and other social groups, we've got one big advantage. We know how to use weapon. And the sense of humor, yes. Perfect. So I think that we can ask Sergei Haidaichuk now, the president of CEO Club. Sergei, would you please say, this kind of a format of a club, of a community, which you have, how could you involve such a successful businesses and such a big number of members of your club? And in fact, with what? What do you give them in response? What's their interest to become participants of your club, and what's your interest? Because when I introduced you and I read all of your ranks, I understood that in the strategy of your life, there's a uniting of some of the communities, either according to the intellectual principle, or for instance, help and support to the children or youth, or bigger or smaller business. Would you please tell altogether about your idea, which you are implementing, and in more details about the format of the business club? Okay, and hello again, everyone. That's a very interesting and the proper topic, because it's about each of us. Altogether, it seems to me that the humanity has become humanity after it got to know how to unite in bigger groups. Because only when we are united, we can do something more. We can create a kind of bigger solutions for the tasks than when we are separate. And all the big things which happened in the history of civilization, including the Western civilization which we belong to, they happened because there were certain unions. First of all, unions of progressive people. And it seems to me that for our country finally to be born, because it's being born and it can't be born finally, we still need the progressive people in our country to be united into various, diverse, bigger or smaller associations, clubs, and so on. That is why it seems to me this is not an issue that there are lots of associations. I think there should be lots of them, a big amount of them. For instance, when we have the most developed countries in the world, which have the highest level of trust, there are certain research. Those are the countries which have thousands of unions. And each active, progressive person and citizen is simultaneously the participant and the member of lots of communities. This is the social capital which creates trust, which creates interaction, which creates the civil society. This is my interest, and I think that we can see that in our country we've got lots of new progressive people being born who seem to be leaders, but when they're coming to the authorities, they are being dissolved. They are just vanishing, because we don't have this infrastructure of unions where we have trust growing. There are lots of clubs and unions and communities which begin to create some unions, and when you look at the union with several hundreds of organizations you never heard about, this is more of the formal process. So my mission is to help and to support to have the maximum number of various unions in the country for the country to be born as soon as possible. The second question was about the CEO Club, about the union of the business. Yeah, look. Any union is the creation of the new world. It's not a secret that our life is the people around us, who surround us, the people we are communicating with, we are interacting with. And there are certain research which witness that we are not living among the 7 billion. We are living only among several hundred people. Those we are intersecting every day. And when you create a union, you are creating a certain perfect world of yours. You're saying, I'd like to live in this kind of the world, which will be inhabited with this kind of people, which share these kind of values. And when you create this union, really, then you expand the borders and limits, not only for each participant of such a union, but this union begins to influence and change the world for the better. So which key moments I would separate to pay attention to create the powerful union? That was mentioned above. First of all, leadership. Lots of initiatives exist, there's wish and understanding that we need to unite. The people make the first step, and then they are short of time, they don't have the opportunities, they don't have enough times, and so on. So if you don't have the leader who has sparkle in the eyes, who is ready to invest his soul and time into the union, it never happens. Secondly, what we don't pay attention to is the professional management. And again, there are certain leaders, there are certain people who want to unite, but they don't think about the step number 2, to make the professional management in order, because it needs resources. To create the union is the systematic, serious piece of job. And the third step is the economic base, the third myth, that people are united and they think, but where shall we take resources? Such unions do not survive. So the powerful union is the union which is financed by its members, the membership payments. The fourth, fundamental ones, the members of the union. If someone is writing, we are uniting their small, medium and bigger business and so on, I don't believe that. Because those people have different values, different priorities, different motivations. It's very important to understand precisely whom we are uniting, what are the criteria. The fifth, which category of people, and the values. The values is what gives an opportunity to create the living organism, to create trust, to create some interaction.
Людей докупи, або тих, хто займається бізнесом з різними цінностями.
If we take some different, which are very cool but have different values, there won't be any union. There will be formally some organizations. Fifth point, we need to bring up and to grow the trust within the organization. Again, if we unite the proper people, even with proper values, the trust cannot emerge automatically. It should be grown. And the sixth point, maybe, we need an aim, and this aim should be bigger than just your own interest. So when we create such kind of a world, we in fact are living within it. We are communicating with the people who are closer to us in the spirit.
Це як мегамозок.
Having the opportunity to develop, it's like the mega brain. Just imagine 100 bright personalities who came to some party. It's just a party, nothing more. But if those 100 bright personalities are united into a living, holistic organism which has trust, they're transformed into the huge universe. Because this is the 100 of people who have a huge experience, opportunities, connections, expertise, energy. If we unite all of that, it's all transformed into the power where people live, where they develop, where they get the opportunities, where they support each other. And in the end of the day, any successful union is growing up to the moment when it impacts the world around it. It is united into some stories which create something more for the world surrounding world. If the community does not grow to it, then it's not successful. That's it from me. Sergei, but do you see the potential for the creation of such a community within the veteran community? With your experience? Because, in fact, in lots of spheres, you've done that, right? Do we have such a potential? Do you see it? It seems to me it's higher than just in any other sphere, because what's important in any community? There are lots of lists of that. This is the initiation, the common experience of the people who have common emotional, psychological experience or existential experience. This is the most powerful experience. This is named initiation. This is automatically tells that you are ours and you are a stranger. It automatically creates the credit of trust. So I think that the potential of the business association of the veterans is already very high, thanks to this experience of initiation of the people who had this common way of warfare. We have Blake Hobart here, right? Shall we?
Blake, hi. How are you doing here?
Hey, good morning from Nashville, Tennessee, y'all.
We have a great veterans forum here in Ukraine. And we are very interested in your experience. Would you be so kind to share with us maybe some of your brightest ideas? What's your own experience maybe, and what can you give us some pieces of advice how to maybe organize these association or unity of veterans in Ukraine in a better way?
Awesome. Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Thank you to all of you for what you're doing. Thank you to the service of your countries. Look, veterans have a shared value across the pond, right? Like, we believe that we can accomplish the toughest tasks. We believe that together we can get it done, and we also accept that failure is not an option. All of those things are important when it comes to entrepreneurship. It's about being comfortable and operating in the gray area. It's about taking risks when other people want to run away. And we know how to do that because we've trained for that and we've done that. So we share something deeper, much more than it is about making money. It's about making a difference. So we launched Bunker Labs in 2014 with a really simple idea that our networks were terrible. We wanted to connect each other, and we wanted to launch and grow our own businesses. Today, we've connected over 35,000 veterans and leaders across the country. We've supported over 10,000 veterans to launch and grow their businesses. We have active communities in over 37 cities across the country. We're expanding to every state across the country. And our vision over the next 10 years is that the military will be seen as the strongest catalyst to successful entrepreneurship. So when you talk about establishing unions, that's exactly what this is. So after World War II, when veterans came home to the US, there were nearly 16 million of them, and almost half of them started businesses. So if I wanted to start a business, I would have gone down to the Legion, had a beer with another Marine, and said, how'd you do it? Today, we've been at war for 20 years. We're spread to the four corners of the earth, and our networks are very small. But veterans have an almost 2-to-1 success rate here in the US over their civilian peers. So these are very solvable problems. If you bring together professional networks and financial networks, we can solve this problem. And together we're starting to make that happen.
Maybe what's from your personal experience, what's the most important thing we need in Ukraine to organize really powerful veterans, organization or network? What's the main value for it?
Yeah, great question. So I think a lot of folks say that, well, we just need to get veterans together and we'll figure this out. And that's a huge step. That's step one. But the step that we need to make sure we don't leave out is it has to include all parts of the community. So it's got to include business leaders. It's got to include real capital from angel investors, from venture investors, from banks. It's got to include the government and the local government and higher education. The idea that you can do this on your own is false. So we used to think when we started doing this together, if we had a room full of veterans, that we were being successful. Now if we've got 10% of veterans and the rest are experienced business leaders and entrepreneurs and those that can support, that's where it starts to come together. It's a really, I'm a Marine. Marines aren't known for our high intellect. We're known for trying to get work done. So the idea is, let's just get the right people in the room and figure it out.
Oh, thank you very much. We have, seems to be the next speaker, yes, from Croatia. Thank you very much, Blake.
Thank you.
that was rather interesting to hear, especially about the number of the people in that organization. So I think, Alexander, you may correct me, but it seems to me in Ukraine, no one calculated how many businesses of veterans we have. We didn't even define what veteran business is, and maybe we don't know how many of us exist. Well, are we speaking about some official statistics or definition? Well, at least approximately. As for me, the veteran business is the business which used to be founded by the person with warfare experience. The veteran founds the business. And if he has the business already, Sergei, there are not that many people like you. He used to be a businessman even when he was at war. But when you go on with your business, it's also the huge big deed. Yes, the veteran business when the founder or the co-founder is the veteran. The person with a certain warfare experience. Lots of veteran businesses, well, there are more and more of them. Could we PR our own? You need to PR your own. Leonid, good of you. Then there is such a portal online, Veteranos Service. It has been founded 3 years ago, and evolutionary, they had added some of the veteran businesses. So if you need to create some work, and if this veteran business is an advantage, you can find some subcontractor who can, for instance, repair your premises or can create some products of skin, leather. But when I monitored it lately, we've documented more than 200 veteran businesses there. But we need to understand that there are lots of veteran businesses who don't know about this platform. They exist, but only some people know about it. Yes, you know, recently I'm always facing the situation when I'm told about the veteran businesses in the regions which we don't know about. We are here in the center around some famous campaigns and companies, but there are lots of people we don't know about. This is the communications issue, centralized communication. As for me, I think that I will tell the truth when I say truth, that the issues of the veterans in this country, unfortunately, are solved in the last queue. We are not the United States, where everything is okay. We don't have the proper growth of the economy. We have the huge amount of problems which need to be solved first of all. So, first and foremost. So the veterans, unfortunately, are working and relying upon their own. So if they had the centralized system of Ministry of Veteran Affairs or any governmental authority, I'm not speaking about help or support, at least documenting how many people exist about what they can do, it would be much better. I would ask us to see the representative of Croatian veteran movement, Stipe Efendic, who will tell about the union which they created. The only last question in this context, what do you think? Are the veterans ready to pay fees to take part into this veteran association? If I would say that if the person is not ready to pay membership fee, then this person is not serious. Any association for free will be vanishing. Only what we pay for has a certain value. So that is why I consider that if the person is not ready to pay investments, he or she is not ready to enter the association, and not only to use the goods of this association, but also to invest into this association as well. So for me, this is a 100% need. Very cool. It's very cool that you, as the veteran community, you are ready to communicate about that with the other veterans. Sergei, we are having your speech as a dessert, but we will try to listen to the representative of Croatia. They have lots of mechanisms there. They have the special program working for more than 16 years. It's totally unique. From the support of the start capital, of cooperatives, unions, and associations. That is why it would be very interesting to listen how they unite in Croatia, I mean the veterans, and why.
Poštovani, drago mi je što imam priliku predstaviti svoju zadrugu prepoznatu kao primjer dobre prakse zapošljavanja hrvatskih branitelja, odnosno aktiviranja u području zadružnog poduzetništva, provedbe projekata, rada sa braniteljima i članovima njihovih obitelji na području radne, socijalne i društvene integracije. Upravitelj sam braniteljske socijalno-radne zadruge Dalmacija Ruralis koja je osnovana 2010. godine kao socijalna zadruga radi ostvarivanja psihosocijalnog osnaživanja i zdravstvene rehabilitacije, odnosno lakše i brže reintegracije njezinih članova hrvatskih branitelja u društvo te uključivanje u radne i gospodarske procese zajednice. Zadruga potiče, promovira i razvija održivi razvoj među braniteljskom populacijom. U zadruzi trenutno ima 8 hrvatskih branitelja i 2 djece hrvatskih branitelja te preko 30 kooperanata. Zadruga je socijalna zadruga i cijeli svoj višak prihoda upotrebljava za razvoj poslovanja i stručnog usavršavanja svojih članova. Rezultat takvog poslovanja je kupnja poslovnog prostora od 300 metara kvadratnih u Sinju kod Splita. Poslovanje zadruge je organizirano kroz nekoliko djelatnosti. Prva djelatnost je sušara za voće i povrće, gdje se organizira proizvodnja ekoloških proizvoda kao što su suhe šljive, čips od jabuke, suhe smokve, sušene gljive, suhe paprike i sl. Kooperanti su mnogi hrvatski branitelji. Druga djelatnost je poduzetnički inkubator za branitelje i za mlade, koji se nalazi u okviru našeg poslovnog prostora gdje obučavamo i besplatno educiramo poduzetnike, početnike hrvatske branitelje i članove njihovih obitelji, ustupamo im besplatan prostor radni, stručno ih pratimo u provedbi njihove poslovne ideje te im vodimo knjigovodstvo. I to sve besplatno 1 godinu dana. U inkubatoru danas posluje i 5 zadruga te 2 udruge hrvatskih branitelja. Treća djelatnost je poduzetnički centar za branitelje i za mlade, u okviru kojeg se izrađuju poslovni planovi, investicijske studije i elaborati, projekti lokalnog, nacionalnog i međunarodnog nivoa. Korisnici su pravne i fizičke osobe sa naglaskom na hrvatske branitelje i članove njihovih obitelji koji žele unaprijediti svoje poslovanje. Isto tako, zadruga ih savjetuje i stručno prati u provođenju takvih projekata. U okviru centra funkcionira i knjigovodstveni servis. Četvrta djelatnost je turizam, jer se jedan dio zadrugara bavi turizmom, kao što je organiziranje raftinga, planinarenje po prvim crtama bojišnice iz Domovinskog rata, organiziranje susreta branitelja i članova njihovih obitelji, te izleti u značajna mjesta iz Domovinskog rata. Peta djelatnost je klub za traženje posla za hrvatske branitelje, organiziran kako bi se nezaposleni branitelji lakše vratili na tržište rada. U okviru kluba organiziraju se razne aktivnosti poput pisanja životopisa, pisanje molbe za posao, vježbanje razgovora sa poslodavcem, razgovor o karijeri, kako pronaći posao, mjere zapošljavanja i samozapošljavanja, kako osnovati gospodarski subjekt, koji su izvori sredstava za financiranje poduzetničkog poduhvata, bilo lokalni, regionalni, nacionalni ili europski, što je poslovni plan, što su osnove marketinga ili osnove računovodstva i sl. Bitno je napomenuti da zadruga ulaže u lokalnu zajednicu, pa tako organiziramo mnoge radionice o održivom razvoju i programima Ministarstva hrvatskih branitelja te natječajima za korištenje sredstava potpore. I sami smo korisnici mnogih sredstava potpore, nacionalnih i europskih, za aktivnosti koje provodimo zajedno s našim partnerima, a to su zadruge i udruge hrvatskih branitelja. Na primjer, jedan projekata je zapošljavanje 34 nezaposlene supruge hrvatskih branitelja koje su pružale usluge pomoći u kući za starije i nemoćne osobe, oko 150 korisnika na razdoblje od 2 godine. U okviru naših aktivnosti trajno organiziramo i školu za EU fondove gdje besplatno educiramo i osposobljavamo zainteresirane sa naglaskom na branitelje i članove njihovih obitelji za pripremu, pisanje i provođenje EU projekata. Zbog svih tih naših aktivnosti, projekata i rezultata postali smo i referalni centar Ministarstva hrvatskih branitelja te promoviramo zadružno poduzetništvo hrvatskih branitelja koje osim poduzetništva ima i vrlo bitnu društvenu komponentu, a to je socijalno uključivanje hrvatskih branitelja i članova njihovih obitelji, njihova resocijalizacija i povratak na tržište rada. Tako postaju korisni članovi zajednice koji pomažu sebi i drugima. Na kraju, potrebno je naglasiti izvrsnu suradnju sa Ministarstvom hrvatskih branitelja, sa zadrugama i udrugama hrvatskih branitelja kroz zajedničke projekte i aktivnosti koje doprinose socijalnom uključivanju hrvatskih branitelja i članova njihovih obitelji. Udruživanjem u zadruge hrvatski branitelji su pokazali uspješan model poduzetništva i zajedništva koji doprinosi njihovoj resocijalizaciji, zapošljavanju i povratkom tržište rada te socijalnom uključivanju u zajednicu. Stoga, srdačan pozdrav i želim vam uspjeh u vašem radu.
And again, I'd like to thank for the support as Miss Ambassador to Croatia and also the Ministry of Veterans Affairs because we've signed the memorandum. So I think you've read already about one more format of the community which is wider than business association, and it's so cool represented. The cooperation, the collaboration with the state, how the state can support such pilot projects with the different ways of work, and how the Croatians are using the international funding, the international support for the creation of this community. Sergei, would you please tell? Well, I do understand that you came back to the same elements you were from. So what was the idea to support the veteran business, to give some capital to them under certain conditions? I even know that you had some cool ideas when the veterans who got the financial support, when they retired, they invested. Yes, we have some veteran investors. So would you please tell more? And Sergei is also the member of the CEO Club. So why did you go to this community, and do you consider the proper idea how to unite veterans into the business association? Why did I go to the CEO Club? Including... Well, I do greet all of you, and I greet you with the festivity of the flag. Thank you for inviting me to tell about my experience. First of all, I'd like to tell a bit about the union. I know a story how one professor of paleontology was asked when he considered the human civilization emerged, what was the first proof which approved the emerging of the human civilization. He said, the broken and then the grown bone. So when the broken leg is the definite death. And if nobody could help you, no one had the proper approach to your shin bone, then you could die. So as soon as the interaction between those essences, between those creations emerged, when they helped each other, they became humans. So whether we need some collective or herd intellect, it's a rhetorical question. The world is diverse, the tasks are diverse, the humans are diverse. The people who need to accomplish these tasks, they also need to be diverse. Alexander said about the interests of the veteran community. Yes, the interests exist, it's cool, but the veteran community don't have only interests, they have the opportunities. These opportunities which other categories lack. And this experience as the participants of the warfare, they also don't have it. Well, of course, this is an opportunity and the skill set to use weapons that it was mentioned above. But besides that, they are rather withstanding. They can work without taking the consideration of the time limits and the days off, just achieving the aim and having the business task as the war task, the war mission. So it is not that cheap, this cooperation. The cooperation with each other. As it was mentioned properly by Sergei, this is the identification of yours and strangers. When you have the conditions emerging for the highest quality level, there should be the atmosphere of trust emerging. When we have this atmosphere of trust, the reason for the trust is responsibility. What is responsibility? It can be approved by the successful cases. And the successful cases include the reputation. All of that, do the veterans trust each other? Undoubtedly. Are the veterans responsible? Well, somehow it seems to me that more than anybody else. Do the veterans have successful cases? I would tell you 50% of the veteran businesses among our cases. Do you have a certain reputation of that? Of course you do. So I consider that collaboration of the veteran community has already happened. It already is there. You just need to formalize it and to manage it. As it is said by Alexander, we need to manage it, and these opportunities need to be used to the full extent because they exist. We need to use those opportunities to satisfy the interests and achievements of the aims of the veteran community. But as Sergei Gaidachuk is saying, those aims have to exist. They need to be created. As it was said by one of the philosophers, for the sheep which doesn't want which harbor to join, not a single wind will be helping. So when we define the aims, when we define the management, and when we begin to act, we will overcome any crisis, and we will satisfy any of our interests. And now about the idea of the financing of the veteran businesses. Well, it was emerging on its own because I got acquainted with Mr. Ostaltsev, and we already implemented the FinStreet project, which was already almost issued. The first business which we financed was the veteran business. We tried to and tested that system of scoring, and all of that was done on the veterans. I'm really thankful that it happened like that. And the project of FinStream has been working. It decided to involve some money and financed the business. This was not a retail, this was the financing of SMEs, thanks to the veterans' businesses. So for today, we have approximately $1 million financed with veteran businesses. We have a special program for that. And the most important thing, that under the conditions of the collapse of the banking system, let us be frank and sincere, the banks and SMEs are not financed at all, almost not financed. It's not that easy to wait for the loan. The conditions are standard for the SMEs, and which are unfortunately not acceptable. And for the banks themselves, those are huge risks, though the veteran businesses are responsible. We have 25% of the portfolio, which are the direct investments into the veteran businesses. And 21% more of the portfolio is the financing of the veteran businesses as the crediting loans. So we really know how to work with the veteran businesses. If the indicator after the lockdown is taken, then as of today, almost 90% of the portfolio is the business which is totally within the schedule, and 10% are for the retraction. We didn't have a single default before, and not a single one of the businesses altogether, and veteran businesses in particular. So these are just pure figures, but is there any difference? What do you think? What's the difference between the businesses founded by the veterans? Are there any peculiarities, or is it just a business? There are some peculiarities. The peculiarities are mostly positive. As I say, those are the people who think in a military way. As for the conversations which are not working, as if something can be a failure, we don't have any conversations like that. It's not acceptable for me, according to my own experience, to say we were doing business, we've spent some investors' money, and that's it. My model is like that. I'm responsible for each hryvnia, and we bear all of the risks. The same concerns the veterans. During the crisis, from the veteran businesses, if we don't say, let us create the retract or let us move the payments when the coronavirus began, everybody would just delay it. So you're saying that the veteran businesses are much more stable? Yes. That's our statistics. Unfortunately, we did not conduct any research about that, but we will. We can see that at our examples, but in the context of our support of the results of the forum as for the program for the veteran business? What are the main reasons to refuse? When the representatives of the business are coming for the investments or the loan, where they are not ready? Where do they have some of the gaps, and where we can be involved? The gaps are in the competences. The people are coming with the idea is okay, but they're not capable to implement it because they don't have the competent team. Secondly, rather often the aims cannot be formed. Either the aims are just to earn 100,000 hryvnia, and that's it, to close the business. And you know, such a ridiculous issue, to write down the business plan as a book, as a volume, it's not a problem. But to create a cash flow and P&L balance, just 3 pages in Excel, which can be done in 3 hours, or the person who knows figures and letters, it's just the whole real mission impossible. So they use Word much better than Excel. Yes, they know how to use Word and PowerPoint. So in fact, what we need to the world, it's relevant. Yes, education is relevant. And I can add that the investment service needs, at least basically, to consult those potential appliers. Because when the person came with a cool idea and in fact is capable to implement it, but still lacks certain competences, undoubtedly we just take it and say, here and there, you have some gaps. You should go and train, or you should find some experts, and then we will gladly finance you. We've got such a case, it's rather cool. We involve the specialists externally, and the guys themselves are hiring the employees there. So the investment service needs to take care about their investments. If this is a responsible investment manager, if he's responsible for the interaction of the money of investors. I just can't help asking Alexei, as the ex-prime minister, would you please tell why is this credit history not that successful in Ukraine? Because as far as I understand, it's not successful altogether. What do we need to change? What do we need to offer to the state or to the banks directly? I don't know. I have a ready solution. We even had certain amendments to the parliament. But Alexei used to be the prime minister when they founded the program of 579. I did not have enough time to ask Milovanov, who developed that program, but still I'd like to ask Alexei. Because it's important for us to take into consideration everything which we failed. Well, the money is too expensive, the risks are high. This is the main issue why the capital is so expensive. It turned out that maybe since the Soviet legacy, maybe because of some other reasons, this is the long conversation about that. But what can we do about that? Oh, it's crystal clear. We need to stop deceiving our partners, and then the money will become cheaper. I mean the Ukraine as a state as well. We are the country, well, you know the stories about the IMF, our international partners. I will mention about that again. During the whole history of the existence of Ukraine, we never had this IMF program accomplished. When you sign certain obligations, whether it's good or bad, you sign it, and then in a certain period of time, having 1 or 2 trenches, you just disappear, vanish. This model of behavior does not lead for Ukraine to have some cheap resources. So the first step is to be predictable, to stop promising what we cannot accomplish. On the other hand, if we have promised anything, to behave responsibly as a country. This is the first cornerstone. Secondly, we should stop where we're playing with the manual economy. This inflation games to take a bit with the hidden taxation, the money from the population, and to create certain competitive advantages. Those games can lead to the situation when we have high inflation, high deposits, and as a consequence, high loans. It can be explained on the fingers. I do apologize to interrupt you, but still, the loans are not given, neither expensive nor cheap. Oh, it's a different story about the loans. The banks have the business model which has to be constructed basing upon the attraction of the money under certain interest, and they're giving the money under a different interest, and that's how they earn. But simultaneously, we have several factors together which make the different model of behavior profitable. When it's more profitable for the bank to play with the valuables, the country has to reattract the money. The rates are high because nobody believes this country, and so on and so forth. So we can describe this problem for a long time. In a nutshell, I would say that there are several points which are also the response to your question. Once, one veteran, a big friend of Ukraine, Senator John McCain, said the following words, and I cannot forget them ever. Ukraine will decrease until it changes. In all of the senses of the word decrease. And each of you was at war. Dear veterans, we need to remember why, which Ukraine you fought for the freedom, for the fairness, and all the rest. And it's also the responsibility of the veteran community for everything you were fighting for it not to be lost in those internal mischiefs. Technically, we understand what needs to be done. And to this, to that extent, the country is moving into this direction. The interest rate is decreasing, and we can finally punish when the government is moving in the wrong direction. Sooner or later, we'll achieve it. If we don't play manually with the economy within the interest of the separate bigger businesses, because again, and by the way, it's about the unions too, because who is paying for the politics? Who is paying for the politics in Ukraine? For the politics, the oligarchs are paying. The people who have huge businesses and who exist only because they have the competitive advantage created by the state. Who is paying for the politics? This is the one who gets the opportunity to appoint politicians. If you appointed a politician, you're trying to convert him for him to provide your competitive advantages. That is why the bigger business has more or less good affairs. They don't have any issues with access to the credit resources, as lots of them have got this crediting through their own great discounts. But we have small businesses. Yes, that's what I'm speaking about. The small business in Ukraine is not financing politics at all. But on our way here, we were speaking about the guarantee of the state. We were speaking that even under the existing loan programs, there is a certain guarantee from the state, for instance, as for the pledge, or for instance, the crediting under the guarantee of the state. So, of course, in case of all of the requirements, maybe which the bank or any other credit institution has, can the state guarantee the veterans to get the loan in this or that way? Of course it can. Moreover, it has to. The issue is that it's not the only issue. Solving the issue of the pledge, the guarantee, you do not solve the whole problem, because altogether the issue of the readiness to the business, doing business, is also there, and you also need the program for the education there. But still, again, you're working in the bank. You are the bank manager. You have some bonuses which are connected to certain indicators. And if within it, the biggest banks don't have the task to increase the crediting because they have the profit simpler without any risks from other sources, you can dance around them, they will still not credit. So the key task is for the banks to be profitable, for the banks to see this business model. For the crediting, in fact, to become normal for our banking system. It is possible to do. But gradually it will happen, because this is evolution. Slowly we are moving in the right direction. But the issue is that we need to organize that properly. For the government, for the Ministry of Economy, of guarantees and pledges to provide. But still, without the help of the associations, it will take much longer. The question is in the speed. The vector is more or less okay. The speed, we're almost standing at the same place. And in the modern world, standing at the same place is the defeat. Then, Sasha, we should unite as soon as possible, because according to the result of this year forum, we got the certain permits from the authorities to develop a certain program, including the guarantees of the loans from the state. Sergei has a comment, and after that we'll finalize. I'll give each of you a couple of minutes. My comment is the following. Considering the report of the National Bank about the financial stability, there won't be any crediting. The banks are very conservative structures. They have their assets, including money, and even if you have 10 guarantees from the state, if it's not profitable, they don't need to finance SMEs. It is risky for them. What's the point? The point is that we have the monopoly, almost the monopoly, for the loans of the businesses and crediting as it is, and it belongs to the banks. The financial system, it is unfortunately one side for the sake of the banks. That is why the banks have corruption, they have those bonds and the impossibility to credit. In the countries with the economy like ours, the financial system includes two parts. The first one is the classical banking, the second one is the non-banking financial institutions, funds, financial companies, insurance funds, veteran funds. So we had certain amendments to the law draft about the financial services for us to have this development of the second part. Because in the countries with a developed economy, as for the assets, they're almost the same. Both of them. They compensate, they insure when you have some delay of the systems or the failure of the system. So we, as the representatives of the non-banking financial sector, we need legislation. We've conducted Split, that was cool, and we were involved to form this concept. We have the concept of the development of the ecosystem, the interaction, the corporate. These are the functions of the business associations, the lobbying of the amendments to the legislation. Yes, those are the functions. If we want, we will lobby it, but still, the financial system needs to have an alternative, because the existing financial system, according to the Moody's ranking, has 146th place as for trust, just after Iraq. Our financial system, according to the trust level, is after Iraq. So we'll work together with the veterans business. Sergei, you are one of the few who raised your hands when I asked whether you're ready to become the mentor for the veteran businessman. Are you ready to become the mentor as the person who created so many unions and to help us to create the association of our community? Look, I'm ready for 2 points. First of all, I'm ready to take part in your mentorship program to involve our members of the club for each of the veteran who is founding the business to have the mentor, the successful entrepreneur. And I think that we can involve almost all of the members of the club into that. This is the first point. Secondly, I'm ready to share my experience, to consult, to become the mentor, to create the powerful association of veterans, the business ones. Is it okay? That would be really cool. Let us thank Sergei for that. Let's give him a round of applause. It's not that easy to work with the veterans. It's so complicated. Believe me, I know that. The CEO Club has one veteran. We've got some experience. Okay, Alexei? Just half a minute. All the main points you'd like to conclude with. I'd like to think that you're so cool that you exist. Political elite in all of the countries, developed countries, was based and grew from the wars, the armies, because the people who proved their loyalty, their love to the country through the warfare are the people who are the most valuable for the society. I do dream about the times when the Ukrainian society don't have any discussions about what's the status of the veteran. It should be precisely high. But until then, we need to work on that. There are lots of points. We never spoke about the court system today, and it's also 3 to 4% of our credit money taken, and each of this brick is a big piece of work for each of us, because the country will not change on its own. So I'm happy, I'm glad that we have such a strong community, the veteran community, within which you've got the new elite of the Ukrainian nation being born. Thank you that you are. Thank you, Alexei. Sasha, I do remember about you. We also have Mr. Blake here. Blake, do you have any comment for our participants of the forum?
Thank you to everybody. Again, thank you for what you're doing. Look, this is hard work. It takes a long time, and it can't be done alone. And, you know, we're in this 6 years, and we've got, you know, 2.5 million veteran-owned businesses across the country, you know, that have been around for years. And I feel like we're just getting started. I am personally available to help in any way that I can. And you all are exactly focused on the right things, which is building strong communities, getting the right capital, and making sure that there's a fair shot at creating the success that veterans have earned through their service to the country.
Дякую, поаплодуємо.
Thank you. Let's give Mr. Blake the proper round of applause. And let me conclude, Sasha, right? I will name the obligations of ours as organizers, what we need to do. But I'd like to speak about one of the types of organizations of the veterans. It will take only 5 minutes, because I have such an opportunity now. We don't have only business associations, but also we have the creative associations. For instance, I'd like to tell about that because there is such an opportunity. What we have done together, this is the first veteran movie now. We have created the film. It's also the business. I do hope it will become a successful business, as the information about our war, the people abroad beyond Ukraine, is taken from the hostile resources like Russia Today, who totally distort and they adapt it. And they give the situation which is not that good for us. But unfortunately, during these 6 years, in my opinion, there was not a single understandable movie for the foreigner about our Ukrainian war. We have created the organization of Veteran Movie, Viktor Sokurenko, me, our guys who were shot in these films, Sergeyevich, Martin Brest, and others. And we shot the first episode of our TV show. There will be 10 episodes, and it's called Point Zero. Now we're trying to find funding. Unfortunately, the state was not capable to help us. But as it was said by Sergei, we are so responsible, so we know how to use weapons. We will collect some money, legally, of course. And now we have the open crowdfunding platform, where we try to collect money to shoot the first 3 episodes. This will be this real movie where almost 100% of the participants will be the veterans of the Russian-Ukrainian war. When we shot the first episode, out of the whole crew, we had only 1 non-veteran. We even had the sound guys. This were the tank crew who were fighting at the Mariupol direction, and they just burnt 2 hostile tanks. I thought they were numb, but no, they were not numb, they were not drunk, they were just from the tanks. They did not hear a thing. So this is a very important moment. The only thing I don't see in this country is the fundamental strategy on the training and the attitude of the future generations for us as the veterans. And we are almost voluntarily, because the first episode was done for our personal money, this was the association fee, in fact, we want to do something with the help of which our children will be growing with. So I'd like the people to see the war in the normal, if I may say that, in the normal way, with the eyes of the people who saw it. It's not about pieces of meat all over the battlefield. It's just about the everyday battle which you don't see in the news. So please, if you have such a wish, if you'd like to support the Veteran Movie, please join us, subscribe the page of Veteran Movie, .0.0. If you haven't seen it, it's fun, it's funny, by the way, and we will have some real stories shot. Of course, they are rather sad as well, but it's not sad only. Thank you, Sasha. So, the point that all of the veterans know how to use weapon, will be remembered. And also the mines and explosives. Yes, sure. And we also mentioned Leonidas Staltsev here for several times, and unfortunately he's not here, but this was a nice ads for him. But summing it up, that our third panel discussion is over, I would say that this is a very precise, understandable picture. What should be the program of the support of veteran business? First of all, we need to define at the legislative level what veteran business is, to use certain preferences and discounts. Secondly, we are thinking on the crediting, giving loans, and how the state can be involved into this crediting. By the way, in Croatia, the Ministry of Veteran Affairs is funding and giving the start capital to start up. Why it's not our? Well, we had the acquainted Ministry of Veterans, but now we don't know him. Oh, we'll solve this issue. We'll get acquainted with this minister. And also, it was interesting to hear from the business schools, because they don't consider you to be a separate social group. They all say that you need to be integrated into the study processes of the business schools. And we're not only speaking about the business education, about the leadership and other educational programs, and all of them are ready to take you for the training. I think that each of the business schools will try to choose a separate model, a separate target group, and will develop the separate programs and curricula. It would be cool. And I think it would be nice to hear from the veterans who got such education what worked and what didn't work. Just recently, when I prepared the forum, I was speaking with a guy who is a veteran, Timur Babakarov. I communicated with him directly, who graduated from the course of MIM, and he told an interesting thing. His business education does not let him to start up his business because he's calculating, he's starting the market, and he cannot start up so far because of the education. So as far as I understand, we have defined, at least among the presentees, that we need to unite, and that this is the time that we need to have a certain association which would have the management and lobby the interests of the veteran business. Oleksiy, as the former head of the government, approved that until we have the separate voice who will tell at the highest level, what about the veterans? What did you forget about the veterans? Nothing will happen without that. So we need to unite into a separate group. We should lobby, we should remind about ourselves and to fight for our interests. That is why I do hope that with the help of everybody who was present at this forum, with the help of the veterans, because of course we are working according to the principle nothing for you without you, we will be working on this program, and as the co-organizers we are taking the obligation to implement this program during the next forum, to report about that, about the results of our work. I do hope that next time when I ask you to raise your hands if you got the loans or the start capital, there will be more hands, not like this time. And this is our task for the future. I thank you. I think that you tolerated such a complicated, hard, sunny, hot day. I know that lots of the people were listening us under the shades, but you listened to us, you heard us. I know, and the co-organizers wrote to me that we have an announcement about the nice idea which will be conducted very soon. So I invite Ira Vashuk to the stage. Irina is helping our veterans for a long time, both in the US and in Ukraine. You've heard a lot about the rehabilitation center system which Ira has organized. Let's greet her here. Hello, it's so pleasant. Thank you for the invitation. Yes, in fact, we're dealing with wounded soldiers who are brought to the United States for the treatment for Revived Soldiers Ukraine was created in 2015, and we created the fund in Ukraine last year. And we're helping a lot to our guys here in Ukraine. Unfortunately, especially now, our veterans cannot get visas to come here, to come to the US, so we stopped those trips abroad so far. But on the 27th, we'll have the charity evening with Cossack System Band, Sky Band. Those are the patriotic bands who are totally supporting our army, and Yanina Sokolova will be our special guest. So I'd like to invite all of you, all of the presentees, to support our guys. They deserve for that. I think that our wounded military guys and girls are eternal heroes, and the support of the military men and women is very important. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation, and we are waiting for the 27th. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And as always, we can stay here and communicate, because the forum is not only about something serious, is to see people of your own. Let's have some coffee, let's communicate and discuss whatever we communicated about today.
Тільки потім кинеш мені.